So today, I want to talk about Alex Hormozi because I've had a lot of people in my YouTube comments, in my Instagram DMs, in my, I don't know, all across my social media asking me if I would look into him, presumably because I talk about scams often on my channel, and people seem to think, at least there is a subset of people who seem to think that Alex Hormozi is a scammer. And I obviously, like all of you, probably, I'm guessing, have seen him on your ads on social media. You've seen sponsored posts. You've heard about him. Maybe even some of your friends are fans of him or like him. I titled this stream, "Is Alex Hormozi a scammer?" question mark, because I genuinely don't know. And I want to figure it out by looking at some stuff together. So also, do you hear that I'm stuffy in my voice because I've been feeling kind of under the weather today? I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream, but I had a shower right before this, and I'm feeling a bit better. Let's see. Okay, look at already people in the chat. LC L Crater said short answer yes. Ojas says I've been wanting this for so long. Much needed break from reading the files, says Snow Cones. Yeah, I was actually this close to doing a stream about Trump and Epstein instead. Infinite Jack says yes. Dr. Rap says, I've always thought he is. I don't think there are any legit gurus online at all. It's wild how so many people are drawn in by these types. Hormozi, Grant Cardone, Jordan Belfort, etc. All grifters, all loaded. I will say, I've been skeptical about Alex Hormozi because anytime somebody pops up out of nowhere and starts telling you business advice and is like paying to sponsor advertisements on social media, giving you business advice, that always sets off an alarm for me, because if you're a successful businessman, why do you need me, the person seeing this, to engage and buy something at the other end if you're already doing just fine? And I never will accept, and I never have accepted the answer of people who say, I just want to help others, because I just don't buy that. Let me be very clear about what I think a scam means in this case, and really in any case. For me, I've always said that the basis of a scam hinges on deception. People will try to combat my use of the word scam by saying, oh, well, if you go to a restaurant and they're trying to charge you $50 for a cheeseburger, I would say that's a scam. Okay, I would call that a ripoff. Okay, I wouldn't necessarily call that a scam because it's not apparent that deception was at play. For me, the basis of it, the sort of start and end of it, is deception. If I tell you, go to alwaysmarcomerch.com, link in the chat, link in the, well, I guess link isn't in the chat because I can't fucking click the button. Here, I'll do it manually. We'll do it live. If I tell you go to alwaysmarcomerch.com, doesn't know his own website. If I tell you go to alwaysmarcomerch.com for the anti-pyramid mug that you can get in time for Christmas to sip hot cocoa with your family, or the anti-pyramid shirt, which comes in gray, blue, navy blue, and black, and you go to alwaysmarcomerch.com and you enter the code GOONS upon checkout for a 10% discount, and you put your order in through PayPal or Shop Pay or credit card, and you get the item delivered to you promptly, I would say that's not a scam, regardless of how much I charged for it, because in order for you to have gone through that whole process, it was incumbent upon you to go to the website, see what the price was, click checkout, confirm, fill out your credit card or whatever information, and then say, yes, ship it to me, whatever. So even if I was and by the way, good news is I'm not price gouging for these, so we love to see that. Coke Zero. Or is it? Who knows? So for me, it's always about deception. If you go to a fancy restaurant and they're charging, $50 for a burger, $30 for a salad, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a scam. People might say that colloquially, like, oh, what a fucking scam. But what I really mean by like scam is like somebody who's being deceptive. This is why so much of my content has been about multi-level marketing, because in my estimation, literally everything they say is a deception. Literally everything they say or claim is an inverse of the actual truth, of actual reality. So, long story short, I've always been skeptical of Alex Hormozi because it's always seemed to me more like a an updated version of Tai Lopez. You know, Tai Lopez came out, knowledge, here in my garage. I always was skeptical of that. And, you know, he was gaming the system in his own way, spending a bunch of money on YouTube ads. Everybody saw that ad to the point that, like, I'm pretty sure I remember watching a video where they explained that YouTube needed to literally implement some sort of like some sort of new system when it came, like some sort of moderation system when it came to who was allowed to just run ads based on the fact that Tai Lopez was so ubiquitous with his here in my garage ad. And then there was another one where he was like, here in my backyard. So I'm always skeptical of people who are telling you that they can make you money. And there's no shortage of these people online. And it doesn't make sense. And as Judge Judy says, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. Because if somebody's making good money from a legitimate business, why are they going to create their own competition and then, you know, slice up that pie into smaller and smaller bits for any old Joe Schmo on the internet who comes across an ad to spend $50 or $100 or whatever and do it themselves? It just doesn't make sense to me. And in multi-level marketing, you know, it's even more obvious because not only is it recruiting your own competition, but you're recruiting your own competition to sell via supposedly direct sales, which is an obsolete business model in itself. I'm curious to see what more of you guys are saying. What if he paid off Marco like scammers pay Spencer Cornelia, says Dr. Rapp. LOL, it would never happen. Hey, let's see what the bag is saying. Let's see before we rule it out, you know? Cha-ching! I don't know why my Stream Deck just decided not to connect anymore. I wonder if this dongle I'm using is dead. But it can't be. Maybe just that port on the dongle, because I have the camera plugged in using this dongle, but strange. I know I have another one of these adapter thingies too, but that's just so strange. Hold on, I'm going to lose the camera for a sec. You'll still hear me, but I'm going to go into a ghost for a second. Here, let's unplug this. There we go. I know you can still hear me because I see the audio signal on the thing. There. Now I plug the Stream Deck into that port. Let's see if that works. No, dude, weird. What the hell? It was just working. It was working when I plugged it directly into the computer. And let's see about the camera, shall we? If I try to re-establish contact through the blah, blah. Camlink 4K, yes. Okay. Nothing, hey? What the hell? Here, let me change it. FaceTime HD virtual camera, Camlink 4K, go back. There we go. Okay, it works. So I switched the Stream Deck USB into a different port. I swapped it with the camera, but the camera still works and the Stream Deck still doesn't. Hold on. Trying one more little sneaky thing. Also didn't work. Okay. Dang. This is going to be a challenge. I might have to go without sound effects. God forbid. God forbid. I always have a backup. I have the Stream Deck app on my phone, which when you buy that, you can actually use your phone as a secondary Stream Deck. So I think I might just end up using that. Hold on. Look, properties, me, FaceTime HD, boom, Camlink 4K, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so you can see here, it's like an app version of it, which I can engage with instead. So let's see if I do that. Did that work? Did that work? No, it didn't work. Stream Deck properties, application, Stream Deck Spotlight, Stream Deck. There we go. Oh, no way. I'm doing it from the phone. He always figures it out, ladies and gentlemen. He always finds a workaround. I don't know what's going on with that. It literally worked for me to play the intro music when I started the stream, and now it's not working. Okay, now that we've got that sorted, everybody thumbs up the thing. It's free to click like on the stream, of course. And let's get into this. So I'm going to read you a message that I got on Instagram here. Here we go. This is a message from somebody who I've met before, who's a supporter, who's a goon, who I wouldn't say I'm like close friends with them. We've only met one time, but this person is fond of Alex Hormozi and sent me a message not long ago. Actually, it was less than a month ago. And they said, I know Alex Hormozi gets a lot of shit from people and I get it, but his 3 books, particularly the offer book, $100 million leads, are really helpful for fleshing out this kind of business structure. I highly recommend it. They're referring to this free guide that I'm releasing alongside a guided support program for people who have loved ones in MLM and they want my continual advice. They want my support with that. So I put together this whole thing, and I was talking about it on one of my Instagram stories last month, and this person had positive things to say about, at the very least, that one Alex Hormozi book. I've also seen this video. I'm going to pull it up for you guys here upon the screen. Well, Spencer Cornelia did this video a little while ago, but okay. So now I've disappeared once again. There we are. All right, move me over a little bit. Okay. So this video 3 months ago exposing Alex Hormozi's $100 million empire. I have not seen this, and the reason that I put the title in a question mark is because I'm truly trying to figure it out myself. I'm not going to go ahead and claim that he's a scammer. However, I'm just going to say that I'm skeptical and I'm curious because, like I said, of how he just sort of popped up out of nowhere. He seems to be a relatively young guy. You know, I wouldn't anticipate that he's over 40 years old. I would be surprised if he was over 40 years old. And seeing him give business advice is something that just, I don't know, think about the people that you see give business advice. How many of them are actually legitimately helping people versus how many of them are saying that they're going to help you learn how to make money through whatever method, but it turns out they themselves didn't even make money through that method. They made money from selling you a course on how to use that method. So I know that his Alex Hormozi has the platform called School, right? School Alex Hormozi, which is sort of like, I think the closest thing I can recall as being similar to School was, if you guys know about Udemy, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Udemy, where you could basically take online courses. It was literally online courses. And I feel like, from my understanding of what School is basically like Udemy, but more interactive because it's sort of like a community of people all in there talking, sharing information, etc. That's my understanding of it. So, and again, I could be wrong about that, but let me see if we can figure it out. So, yes, co-founder of School, managing partner of acquisition.com. Very curious, acquisition.com. Let's see. Do you want to scale your business? Learn from the team that has scaled a portfolio to over $250 million in annual revenue. There's also something about his wife, and I'm not going to say the thing that somebody else said in the chat earlier, who said that his wife is a man. However, okay, I have always, the first time that I ever saw his wife, I was like, oh, this is just the female him. Like, this is just him. This is just if you put a picture of Alex Hormozi in ChatGPT and said, make this dude a woman, make a photorealistic edit of this dude as a woman, it would be his wife. And again, I don't know anything about him or his wife, but let me just pull up. Her name's Layla Hormozi. Layla Hormozi. Okay. 1 million subscribers. I mean, how? You know? Layla Hormozi. Okay, hold on. Alex Hormozi. Let's see. How many subscribers does he have? 3 million. Okay. Let's just listen to her voice for a second. I don't think... Let's just watch.
Have you ever screwed up big time, gotten rejected, or watched something that you worked on for months completely fall apart?
Dude. I'm sure there's a good explanation for this. Okay, here, look, I just... Okay. About my voice. Okay.
It was very hard for me in the beginning to deal with negativity online. Number one thing for me, my voice was really tough when like a TikTok video would hit off and there would be like 1,000 comments saying like, are you on steroids? Are you a tranny? Are you a smoker? And I was like, wow, nobody even listens to the content. I had a conversation with Alex where I said like, I hate that this bothers me. It doesn't change what I'm doing, but I am bothered by this. And he said, well, does part of you think it's true? Do you think your voice is weird? Well, it is kind of weird. It's deep. And he's like, so then why do you blame them for thinking this? In that moment, I was
Whoa, go back.
It was very hard for me in the beginning. Well, does part of you think it's true? Do you think your voice is weird? Well, it is kind of weird. It's deep. And he's like, so then why do you blame them for thinking this? In that moment, I was like, I agree with you. It does sound that way. And you know what? That's my voice. And it is what it is.
Okay, respect. I mean, I will say, it does seem, in my opinion, it seems like an unnatural female voice. And I have noticed this sort of like deepening of the voice in women that I've met who take steroids, like take testosterone for the purposes of bodybuilding. But it does, you know, I don't know if any of y'all have followed the Candace Owens thing about Brigitte Macron, the French prime minister's wife, about how allegedly, according to some people, and Candace Owens says that she believes that Brigitte Macron is transgender. There are, again, I don't know, but there are certain things, like when you listen to videos of Brigitte Macron, let me just listen to one. Brigitte Macron voice. Okay, can we hear? I want to do it without playing like a full Candace clip, because Candace has these videos of like body language experts, and let's see, here's one's 20 seconds. It's weird how it's hard to find a video of her speaking.
Je suis son épouse, c'est tout simple. Vous avez toujours l'air étonné que les épouses soient à côté de leur mari. Il serait temps d'évoluer un peu. C'est notre place. C'est notre place. On a entendu.
I don't know. Anyways, that's not what this is about. That's not what I'm even trying to get into, to be honest. Somebody in the chat just said that, and I wanted to check it out. Okay. How does Alex Hormozi make his money? Here's a video 2 years ago. It only has 500 views, called How Alex Hormozi Really Makes His Money. But I think maybe we should hear it from Alex Hormozi first to see what he says. And then I have a couple of other videos that I want to react to. But I'm very, very curious about your guys' thoughts here. So let me check out what you guys are saying in the chat real quick. Okay, chat is right here. Somebody says he seems like another Tate. Okay, interesting. And fair. He sells basic level info in book form. He's a marketing expert, says Dr. Rapp. Matt says Hormozi doesn't sell courses. Jerusalem Artichoke says he's your archetypal course seller / content creator, masquerading as someone who owns a business that solves business / customer issues. He's a glorified content creature. Okay, interesting take. I will say, I do think it's somewhat curious when you see somebody who's like, supposedly has their hand in many pots, running multiple businesses online, but yet they somehow have time to be doing like endless content, advertising. Like Mr. Organic is somebody that I used to clown on a lot in 2022, I don't know, throughout COVID. Mr. Organic is the guy who's behind this soundbite that I have. The one, bars. This is a guy who, I'm sounding like Patrick Bet-David. This guy drops videos literally every day and has been dropping them every day for years. So it's like, and like a lot of them, he has 400K subscribers now. But like when you're just dropping content in such massive amounts, here, let me bring it over here. So you guys
Alex Hormozi's primary focus is...
Okay, here. When you're dropping this much content, I mean, there's really not much organic about it. He drops so much content. It doesn't really get views. Like some of these videos struggle to even break 2-3K views. And it's like, there's thumbnails that clearly have had time spent on them. There's titles. I mean, let me go back earlier. It seems that for the last little while, he's posted mostly podcast clips. But there was a time when he was dropping like 40-minute vlog a day, 30-minute vlog a day. And it's like, damn, bro. First of all, who is the poor video editor Well, he's probably not poor. He's probably fucking stacking up, hopefully. But who is the video editor that is like, has this much memory space on their SD card, and like, are they having to dump footage every single day and edit a new video every single day? Like, it's just an unfathomable amount of content. So that's what I mean. It's like, anytime somebody starts promoting a crypto, or even more so, saying that they're going to teach you how to do a business, or selling you a course on how to do a business, it's like, my thoughts are like, if you're doing a business, if you have a business, you'd be fucking running the business, wouldn't you? Okay, let's see. I'm very interested in your guys' comments about this, because I genuinely don't know. 8 off says, I work for Smart Circle. Help me. Get out of there. Get out of there. Javier says, dude gives solid advice and seems real. Yusuf says, Hormozi, the man who discovered ancient marketing secrets that just so happened to look exactly like every guru course from 2008. Truly groundbreaking stuff. Next, he'll invent water. Interesting. I'm wearing my big nose band and I'm ready for the show. That was another thing. As innocuous as it seems, the nose strip thing was something that actually made me suspicious, because one thing that fake gurus love to do is they love to have some sort of remedy. They love to have some sort of naturopathic supposed remedy that like only they do. You know, you've all seen the Ed Milet video where he's like, I've changed and manipulated time so that my day, I've lived 3 days in one day or something. You know, I get 36 hours of productivity out of one day. You know, whether it's something like that or like the nasal strips, it's like, Alex, why are you wearing a fucking nasal strip every day? Let's see what from here.
I've had 2 nose operations and I probably still need another one. The first doctor I ever showed my inside of my nose to, he refused to operate on me. He was like, this is fucked up. You need like a super specialist. So I went to that guy and he was like, I'll give it my best shot. And he gave it his best shot. He was like, let me have a second round. I was like, all right, did it again. And now I have like 1 of 2 nostrils. Before this, I had like 100% couldn't breathe out of one and I had like 15% airflow in the other. Like I couldn't breathe at all. This is the only way I can breathe. Unless I do this, I can't breathe out of that nostril. I've had 2.
Okay, I mean, what can I really say? No, that's not true. You know. Did I hear about Bubba? Oh yes, I did. I'm already seeing memes about Bubba. Benjamin says he began by ripping people off on fitness center franchises. Okay. D'Angelo says he seems pretty legit, gives good information. There's so many fake gurus, etc., where it makes you think everyone is skeptical. I mean, it makes me skeptical of everyone for sure. Okay, I'm reading your comments here. D'Angelo says, Alex really just sells systems and formats and what he has learned in his business experience. Okay. Okay, Winner Blueprint says, he originally started helping gym owners make higher profits off each gym membership. That was his original business model. What do you mean? How to make more profit off each gym membership? Raise the price, right? I'm not saying, and by the way, I mean, trying to purposely, I love when people go to purposeful lengths to try to miss the point. I never said that he was creating his own competition. I was saying, as a general statement, whenever I see people online selling courses or multi-level marketers trying to recruit their own competition, that is something that arouses suspicion in me. I wasn't saying that Alex is doing that. I don't know. That's what we're on a journey of discovery here together, folks. Okay. Yannick says, Def a scammer just like all the other lifestyle gurus. See, I would really hate for it to turn out that Alex Hormozi actually is a scammer, not because I have any sort of affinity for him or anything like that, but I hate to find out that anybody is a scammer. It's like, how unfortunate would it be if scammers, online scammers and course sellers and bullshitters were just so pervasive that when somebody did come along who is actually like a straight arrow, nobody believed them. Dr. Rapp says his buddies pretend to be business owners and people believe it. Love from Vancouver Island. Thank you. Alex in the chat, not Alex Hormozi. Alex says professional streamer, folks. Well, what can I say? What can I say? So his picture with 1,000+ gym owners at his event was a bunch of his, but I don't know. Winner Blueprint, you're awfully defensive for somebody who's not personally invested. I mean, and against somebody who's just asking a question and trying to figure it out. Is this? Are you Alex's Finsta? Are you his alt account? Um, it's very interesting because even the school community thing, right? Like school SKOOL has become this platform where like so many people have now a platform. Like if you are a scammer selling some bullshit course or bullshit community, you can go on school, and school is like a community of communities, right? So it's kind of like it's kind of genius in a way where Alex would be able to profit off of people who are using the school platform selling slop without actually selling slop himself. So he's benefiting from it directly, but he's not actually like the one doing it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's very interesting to think about. It's sort of like there's a buffer there. There's like some plausible deniability because if he owns the platform that a bunch of scammers are using to scam people, but there are also good, not scammers on the platform, well, then you can't really be mad at the guy who created the tool for how people are using it, right? Now I am become death, the creator of school, Interesting. Snowcones says, I don't know Alex Hormozi, but I clicked on his channel and instantly know this guy's a fraud. Okay, interesting. Big claim. That's a big claim. Let's see. 2% says he is a scammer, 100%. Dr. Rap says, I've been a business owner for almost 30 years, and I had occasion to listen to Hormozi for several hours one day. There was absolutely nothing of value presented. Very interesting, and that's something that I remember a long time ago, I was like, I'm just going to give Ty Lopez a chance. And I remember I watched like a 50-minute video, which was supposed to be about like how to make money. This guy is a master of talking for a long time without saying anything. He's a master of not getting to the point. He had his paper there, the paper, the big paper that you can like flip the page over, and he's like drawing on it with his marker, and he goes from one tangent to the next without ever wrapping one up. It's almost like, I mean, it's literally every multi-level marketing scammer, Patrick Bet-David type guy. They'll just yap and yap for hours, Andrew says, here we go. Andrew in the chat says, she, being Layla Hormozi, competed in bodybuilding, used performance-enhancing drugs, and some features, including her voice, got masculinized. Okay, see, this is something I didn't know. That would be a reasonable, solid explanation, and I know for a fact that is true in the case of women who do use performance-enhancing drugs during competition prep for bodybuilding, because, number one, I've seen it personally. I have been to Muscle Factory Gym in Bangkok where you see plenty of people, men and women, who use steroids. And the women who use steroids, they become more masculine in their features. They inject testosterone, which women don't naturally produce as much testosterone. And there are side effects like their voice getting deeper, their face getting more, their jaw getting more defined, and their face getting more like full, obviously bigger muscles. But yeah, there are elements to it. So I didn't know that about Layla Hormozi. Okay, interesting. Dr. Rap with the signs and graphics business. I love that. Winner Blueprint says, I'm not his PR, but to smear honest people is messed up just because you don't have the success he has. Okay, nobody's smearing him. Well, I'm not smearing him. Some people in the chat are voicing their opinion, which is their right to do. I'm just trying to figure it out myself. I'm just asking questions about it. I didn't come on here and make not one claim yet. And then also, the next part of the sort of nonsense of your comment is that you've projected a reasoning onto why people might have the opinion they have, and it's because you don't have the success he has. Well, how presumptuous. I think that's like probably the weakest cope that anybody who tries to defend anyone, any celebrity would say. If I said I don't like Beyonce's music, hypothetically, there would be Beyonce fans who are like, you're just mad you're not as successful as her. Well, by that logic, how come I'm not mad at every rich person? How come I'm not out here spreading hate, going down the list of celebrities, you know? It's like, so you can't have a criticism of somebody just because they have more money than you. That's actually genuinely dick rider behavior. I'm not going to lie. That's dick rider behavior. You can say it's messed up to smear honest people. That's your opinion versus someone else's opinion, and I support that. But then you add the just because you don't have the success he has. How presumptuous. You don't know. Maybe Dr. Rapp in the chat or whoever said it, I don't know. Maybe Dr. Rapp or whoever is a massively successful person. You don't know. Maybe Bill Gates is watching my stream, or if he better not be, because if Bill Gates is watching my stream and not dropping that bag to that Streamlabs link in the chat, we're going to have a problem. But you get my point. Kadisha, what's going on? Member in the chat, Kadisha. Yes, let's not turn it into a bully session. I agree. D'Angelo says, no one can disagree when it comes to scaling business. If you actually listen to Alex and what he says, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to economics. Okay. Okay, I want to get to a video here from Alex. What's up, Thermal? Sorry, I'm just reading your comments. He hangs with classic gurus, Sam Ovens, Iman Gadzi, Dean Graziosi. See, I don't like Dean Graziosi. I don't like Iman Gadzi. I got to do a video about Iman too. He made his money by telling people how to make money. Okay. Brandon, I have not seen the gym Latina for like weeks now. I don't know where she's at. I've gone to the gym different times of day and I haven't even seen her, but who knows? It's probably not even I guess it wasn't meant to be. But thumbs up the ting. Let's see this video called How Alex Hormozi Really Makes His Money. This is from a couple years ago and it only has 500 views. So if it's bullshit, I'm turning it off.
Alex Hormozi's primary focus has always been becoming wealthy. Many have a goal to become rich, but what has separated Alex Hormozi from the rest? The fact that he recently sold everything that he owns, or that he's in his early 30s and is on pace to become a billionaire? We are all about to hop in the passenger seat to Alex Hormozi's journey to becoming a billionaire.
I'm rich and I'm dead sexy. Oh, yeah.
Many entrepreneurs would actually tell you that they did not do well in the traditional school system. However, Alex thrived. He went to Gilman High School in Maryland, where he was the vice president of the school newspaper and editor-in-chief of the high school creative magazine. And he also played 3 varsity sports. Alex would go on to Vanderbilt University and study human and organizational development. He was the president of Chi Kappa Alpha fraternity and the vice president of the Vanderbilt powerlifting team. Alex chose to study management consulting and bank management, and he made this choice because of one reason: they paid a lot of money. He completed his undergrad in just 3 years, and he attributed his academic success to his Middle Eastern parents who demanded excellence. Alex scored above the Harvardson score on the GMAT, which stands for the Graduate Management Admissions Test, which is basically the SAT of business school. Alex had $60,000 in the bank, and he had a big decision to make. He could either go into investment banking or he could start his own business. The investment banking will require Alex working most of his youth away to make the money that he dreamed of having. The problem is the real money in investment banking doesn't come for 20 years into your career.
Okay, hold on. There's a couple of comments from you guys that I want to say while we're watching this, because okay. Benjamin said, I hope we can find a video where he describes his early fitness business. I listened to him talk about it for over an hour years ago and it was disgusting. Okay, curious to hear what he says there. DTI says, I've seen so many ex-Enagic people having groups on school. That's hilarious. Malene Beat says, how would you compare this to Patreon? School? I wouldn't compare it to Patreon at all. There's no comparison, I don't think, except for the fact that people would pay for it. His selective success stories show outliers only, no full data, no balanced results. Okay, interesting. Jerusalem Artichoke says, that is exactly what I said. Externalize the scammer accusation and internalize the profit, plausible deniability. That's in regards to what I was saying about the school platform. How, I'll be honest, I don't know what the demographics are like on school, but every person who I've seen on my Instagram pushing a school ad is somebody who I've been like, this guy's full of shit. Anybody who's ever promoted a school community on my sponsored Instagram stories or Instagram feed, anytime I've ever seen somebody promote a school community, I've been like, this guy's a bullshitter. I'm not saying it's everybody on the platform. I'm just saying these are the ones that I've seen and what my gut reaction was to them. But if let's hypothetically say that it's the case that all or most of the people on school are bullshitters, that would mean that Alex Hormozi is able to exactly do what I said, benefit from these people and internalize the benefit, but externalize and separate himself from any sort of scam or accusation and have plausible deniability. Online marketing is the most hilarious thing. Just buy a Google or Meta ad. Yeah. I'm always curious about that. It's like, as far as I know, there's only a few ways to advertise. Organic, like posting on social media, paying to sponsor posts on social media, hiring someone to do UGC content, or like literally sponsorships where other creators with a bigger platform are talking about the product. So, you know? Okay, let's see. Step 1, take TRT. Step 2, make videos with nice houses and cars. Step 3, sell courses with extremely basic info to goofballs on the internet. Step 4, profit. Sure seems to be working for a lot. Yusuf says his started from nothing story is framed. He had income, credit, and opportunity. Okay. Mo, what up? Winter Blueprint says, I think it's... Winter Blueprint just keeps... Winter Blueprint was already 6 feet deep and just keeps digging. Winter Blueprint says, I think it's funny you say that's being presumptuous when you just went out on a tangent about how his wife sounds like a man. Well, that's not being presumptuous. You're making a nonsense false comparison right now. Me saying that his wife sounds like a man wasn't being presumptuous. His wife does kind of sound like a man. And even in that clip that we just watched of her talking about her own voice, she admitted that her voice is deep, that she has a deep voice. And then somebody else in the chat provided further context, Andrew did, saying that she used to do bodybuilding and so did performance-enhancing drugs, which caused her voice to get deeper. That makes sense to me because I have met people, women, who have taken performance-enhancing drugs, and that exact type of vocal fry, where their voice gets deeper and sort of more nasally, does happen. So what are you talking about? Winter Blueprint. You need to go find a winter blueprint, because if you really had a winter blueprint, I don't think you'd be in my YouTube chat. I've never seen you before, never seen your name, never heard of you, never met you. And all of a sudden tonight, on some random evening in November, on a random Saturday night in November, you're in my YouTube, you're in a YouTuber's live stream chat defending Alex Hormozi. Make it make sense. You're definitely not doing Alex Hormozi any favors with how defensive you're being, because I'm coming on here in a good faith attempt to like do research about this guy and figure out what I think, which normally I don't do on a live stream. Normally I make up my own opinion privately and then will present it to people. But I thought this could be fun to like look it up together and for me to hear opinions from, you know, conflicting opinions perhaps. But you're certainly not doing him any favors, because I definitely get suspicious when people are so defensive of celebrities or, you know, gurus of any kind. Fernanda says, I've seen Layla's videos. The way she states things like she's so sure about all her BS. I gotta watch some more videos for sure. Who said they're gonna time you out? Michael says, my father once told me when I was young, why doesn't Bill Gates try to sell courses on how to build a business? After he told me that, I stopped listening to entrepreneurs and how to build a business. Exactly. There's, you know, there's a quote that somebody commented recently on my channel, and I'm pretty sure I even said this on Wednesday's stream, but I've had it in my head ever since I read this. And the quote is this: there are two paths in life, the hard path and the harder path disguised as the easy path. And I just, yeah, life is hard. You know, people have very valid concerns nowadays about the economy, the education system, the debt system, on and on and on. Just because those things are true or might be true, that life is hard, doesn't then automatically mean that this other option is the solution, you know? I had a guy, I feel bad for this guy. I'm going to show you this exchange, and I'm not going to say his name, but I'm going to show you this exchange between me and this young man on Instagram the other day. So I posted on my Instagram story 2 days ago about this guy in WFG, World Financial Group, multi-level marketing scheme, who's posting all this shit about how he's traveled here and there and just selling you the lifestyle without actually saying anything about the supposed product or service. And so I posted him on my story, and I posted that I reported his profile to Canadian Anti-Fraud Center because he has in his bio that he's helping people launch six-figure careers, which is, I think it goes without saying, but at least it's my opinion that that's deceptive, potentially fraud, but at the very least, it's deceptive advertising when you actually look at the amount of people that make money in WFG, period, let alone how much they make. So I posted on my story that his claim to launch six-figure careers would be a deceptive earnings claim, or that it would constitute a deceptive earnings claim. Then I posted that I had reported his page. I get a DM, a story reply on one of these stories from some random person, doesn't follow me, has never messaged me before, I don't know who they are. I get the message request, and I can tell from the profile picture instantly it's a guy in WFG because he has like this almost sort of realtor headshot that makes it look like, you know, he's a professional, he's wearing a suit, and he looks 17 years old. So I'm like, this is 100% World Financial Group. And he replies to my story and he says, rent-free in your head, laughing emoji, basically saying that WFG is so successful and living rent-free in my head because they're so rich and I'm a loser. Sort of like what Winner Blueprint is droning on about here. So he said, brother, you go out of your way to attack people for what? To make yourself feel good? Again, just making it up. I'm 24 and didn't feel like spending my entire life paying off student debt or barely living off of wages. You feel the need to be this superior person and a messiah to the delusional. I checked your story because shit is hilarious and I couldn't believe it. You have a good one though. All the best to you. So you can see, even without me explaining my reasoning as to why I had posted the stories, he already has his own reasonings that he's come up with, which have been trained into his mind by his World Financial Group scammer uplines. To make yourself feel good. He thinks I'm doing this, 1, to make myself feel good, 2, because I feel the need to be a superior person and a messiah to the delusional. And his reason that he randomly sought out my Instagram page to go watch my story when he doesn't follow me, I had no idea of his existence, was because it's hilarious. I checked your story because it's hilarious. Well, it still doesn't explain, like, how did you even come across my page? So I said, make it make sense. How did you even come across my story unless you sought it out? Perhaps you should do a little more homework. I've helped many people avoid the trap of MLM. You don't have to listen to me, but I hope you recognize sooner than later that I'm trying to help you, and I have nothing to gain from you leaving World Financial Group except the knowledge that I helped someone. Do me one favor, if you will. Message me in 6 months and let me know how WFG is working out for you. So now I actually start to feel bad for this kid. And I start to go, okay, this guy says he's 24, or did he not say it yet? Anyways, he says it at one point in the messages. No, he did say it. He's 24. He's already, without even realizing it, he's shown some vulnerability. He's 24. He doesn't feel like spending his entire life paying off student debt or barely living off of wages. I get it. And I'll just skip ahead to a future message, and I'll tell you what I told him. I said, your concerns about student debt and insufficient wages are valid, yet two things can be true at the same time. Just because the economy is bad and life is hard doesn't mean that World Financial Group is going to be the magical solution. That's what they want you to think, and they make money off of you the longer you believe that. And then I told him this quote. I said, I know you guys love your quotes over there in WFG, so I'll leave you with a quote. There are two paths in life, the hard path and the harder path disguised as the easy path. So I wish people would apply this to everyone who's selling them some sort of all-in-one solution, some sort of magical Band-Aid, primrose path that they get led on now more than ever through scammers, like, of all kinds, you know? Everybody's trying to sell you some shit that's too good to be true. Your grandma has been taken advantage of by some AI scam that she thinks George Clooney is messaging her, and she's in a romantic relationship with George Clooney because of AI, and George Clooney needs her to send him $200, you know? Down to it's a real person on camera telling some 17-year-old kid, pay me $50 and I'll teach you how to get rich. I mean, I'm sorry. It's almost a scientific fact at this point. If it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. It probably is. Anyways, back to our researching thing here on Alex Hormozi. Okay. I didn't try Winner Blueprint. You're a clown, dude. Winner Blueprint, you know. Okay, D'Angelo says, should pull up Alex Hormozi scaling random stranger business videos. You can see Alex knows what he's talking about, so he can't. Okay, all right. That's actually helpful. I actually do want to watch that because I know nothing about Alex Hormozi except what I've seen on my ads. Alex Hormozi scale. I'm just going to search Alex Hormozi scales. Here, I'm not watching this hour-long one. Oh, here. $100 million scaling roadmap. Let's see. Let me go to his channel. See, look, this is the type of thing that gives me pause. When I see something like this. Here, let me show you. When I see something like this, and it's a guy writing on a piece of paper, that's something, okay? That's something that gives me pause. Let's see. Does he have these videos where he's helping somebody scaling? Oh, here. Building a $1 million business for a stranger in 69 minutes. Okay. Give me 20 minutes, and I'll give you 20 years of your life. If you're watching this, we did it. Okay, here. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but let's see. Maybe he does give him some good advice. Let's see. Oh, Winner Blueprint, you just buried yourself. Everything he's right, but definitely gives the best business advice I've seen. Javier Vargas. Dude, this guy, Javier Vargas, is the biggest clown. The biggest clown. And I've even seen him hanging out with these people. No, what's his name? Not Javier Vargas. That's the guy in the chat. I think it's Jose Vargas. Who's the guy? Who's the guy on Instagram with like the deep voice and he always has his shirt unbuttoned that you can see his whole torso? Vargas Instagram. I forget his name. What the fuck is his name? Vargas Instagram. Not Bobby Vargas. Somebody help me with this. Rafael. Is it Rafael Vargas? Please be. Yeah, this guy, Rafael Vargas. This guy, dude, this guy deserves his own stream. Don't even let me talk about this guy right now. This guy deserves his own stream. This dude is different with, look at this.
Louis V told me that they got me. They mention me like every day, cause I'm a trendy type of I've been walking around with big bang rolls out in my pocket. I got all these hoes, I'm showing no love cause I'm just papping. I ain't showing.
So gay. Imagine seeing this filmed in real life where somebody has like one of those flashing things that makes it looks like a camera flash, but it's really just his boy there with a camera and he's walking to his car, but they're making it look like he's being followed by a paparazzi.
No love, my head grinding, man, my ponies. I run through these lows and my bring back to
so fucking embarrassing and cringe. Okay, let me not even get to that. What up, Queen of Karma? Amway has gone down 4% in growth this year. Nice. Okay, I gotta watch this Alex Hormozi stuff here. Let's see. Shoe Murphy says Hormozi is legit. Okay.
This is Philip. He gave up a high-paying job in tech to start a garbage collection business. Last year, he lost $150,000. So Philip has a wife and a kid and another baby on the way. And if he doesn't fix the business model fast, he'll put that growing family at risk.
Hi, my name is Philip. I'm the owner of Garby Disposal Services. We do residential trash, recycling, and yard waste collection. Our revenue is $642,000. Our net profit is negative $151,000.
That's the wrong side.
It is on the wrong side.
All right.
Our net margins are negative 23%. We've been in business for a little under 2 years, and we
How the fuck do you lose?
currently serve 2,500 customers.
So what's the problem?
We need to become profitable.
Yeah.
We're not utilizing our assets enough. Trash is a very capitally intensive business.
Totally.
One of our trucks is at half utilization. Routes are not super efficient. We've had lots of unexpected repairs. We need more leads. Scale up our door-to-door efforts. We need to scale up our meta ads efforts profitably though. And we need more conversions on the HOA side, and we need to increase our route efficiency. So a lot of things we need to do.
So many things. Why is solving this important? What happens if you don't solve this?
I'm definitely in the thick of my rocky cutscene right now, where I left my high-paying job at Amazon as a software engineer to start this because I thought it was a great opportunity. And I have been working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for the past 2 years with really little to nothing, actually negative, to show for it. And I have a wife and a child at home, and my wife is actually due in the next 6 weeks, which props to me. So I need to make sure that I'm able to provide for her and my daughter and the new baby, especially as, you know, my wife.
So if this guy already knows what the problem is with his business and what he needs to do to fix it, right? So help me understand exactly what. I mean, they're making it look like it's like Shark Tank or something like that, right? But exactly, okay, I'm giving it a chance.
Won't be able to work. So it's really crucial that we figure this thing out sooner rather than later.
Okay, here, Matt says, go to the end of the video. It wraps up everything he implemented for him. Okay. I just wanted to get a feel for what's going on
Pretty
here.
close because by my estimations, 3,000 customers is going to be that critical mass point where we're going to start to make some money.
So here's my promise to you, which I don't normally do. By the time you leave, you'll feel absolutely clear on what you need to do in order to be profitable. All right, so I'll stay as long.
But he kind of just told you what he needs to do, didn't he? Need to become profitable, more leads, more conversion.
Be that critical mass point.
Sure that you're good.
Okay.
All right. So who do you help?
Yeah, so we have 2 types of avatars. 50% are what we call scatter. The other 50% are HOAs, and there's 2 different types of sales processes for these 2 types of customers.
Yeah. Is there a difference in like home value or income in the scatter versus HOAs? Or HOAs do they tend to be nicer than the other ones, or?
We've had some HOAs that are lower income for sure,
Okay.
and then we have some scatter customers that are much higher income.
Okay, let me skip and see what Alex's diagnosis was for
You
this.
aggressively scale sales. Like you need like 2 guys.
Yeah.
So like, get on a group call, talk to a bunch of them. The guy who seems cool and normal and hardworking, invite 2 or 3 of those guys out because a bunch of them aren't gonna last, right? Because it is door to door and there are some risks there.
Yep.
And so like maybe it's hire 5 to get 1. Okay, just lower the bar. Like you're not looking for somebody to cure cancer here. You need someone to ask 4 questions and be able to fill out a form.
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, like I said, I'm not like the best salesman in the world, but I can go up there and sell.
Sure. But the thing is you seem trustworthy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Good.
And you're also the business owner, so it's like
I think that's a big.
Of course, you have star power.
Yeah.
So, but with them though, I think what the one thing that I'm looking for is hunger.
Yeah.
And so I think that'll typically skew to either young single guys who are just like really hungry and like go-getters, or people who just are about to have like a kid on the way, like you are. You're more hungry now than you probably were, right? Because you have to be.
Yes.
It's like, you know why married men with kids make more money than guys who are single without being married and don't have kids? Because they have to.
Yeah.
That's why they make more money.
I mean, yeah.
So they literally choose to make more money because they have no other choice.
Yeah, that's definitely how I feel.
Yeah, right. And so you're doing it. So basically, like, I just look for someone's circumstances of like, why do they need this?
No.
If someone's like hungry, then especially in a job like this is so work ethic driven. They're not gonna run out of houses.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
So would you say I should just not do any more door to door and just train the guys?
Well, I think you're gonna be doing door to door in the training.
Okay, yeah.
So your sales isn't gonna go down. You're just gonna have more people so you can duplicate it.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yep.
Basically, as far as I'm concerned, I want you to keep doing door to door because if you've got your guy and you got you got to start doing 10 deals a day, just you 2. You're at 300 a month. You need in 3 months you're at your 1,000. Forget everything else. In 3 months you're at 1,000.
Yeah.
Right. But as far as you're concerned, I don't think you should ever do something alone.
Okay.
Okay, more salesmen. Okay. Solution. Here we go. Let's see.
Simple, not easy. How about that?
Yep.
All right. So Make it blue for you, Michael. All right, I know Michael really wanted the blue. He's like, all right. So the first thing we're gonna do is we made the decision to go scatter as our avatar. All right, so that's decision number 1, which we just did instantly, but there we go. Number 2 is we switched our offer. So we have now an AB offer for 3 months free. And so offer A is gonna be $189 and then 60 per month after that. And then offer B is $360 free bid. That's our deal. Yep. 3 Indeed ads. I'd also hit up your network. You only need a couple, right? Yeah. Indeed ads into group call, or you can just honestly invite them all in person if you want. But sometimes people are really crazy. So, and the nice thing is that basically document dev sheet duplicate is the process that we use. And so like the document is like you have the script, they memorize it while you're walking between doors. You're just like you're role playing it back and forth. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Yeah. Demonstrate. You do it in front of them. Hey, why don't you give me? I mean, shit. What's the outcome of this? The outcome of all of this is that you are cash flow positive.
How does this help him go from losing $100 and whatever $1,000 a year that he said at the beginning? I mean, I know people are gonna say, "Oh, I didn't watch the whole thing," but like,
I think so too. Doesn't this feel like the noise?
Let me jump to a random part. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at all this shit.
We get that up front, which is gonna have low return anyways. If they say no, I don't want to do that, then we say, because with that you get free bin and free wave, or like free setup, right? No, you're good. You're good. We'll get there. Yeah. Okay, so you know your competition. There's still a decent amount of market share that's there, but average per door.
Surely this guy has done all this calculation himself.
Okay, so you then call them back later.
Okay, I gotta go to some other shit. Let's continue with this one and see what supposedly Alex's background is.
Alex decided to go against his parents'
We all heard him suggest discriminatory hiring, right?
wishes to get a job, and instead he started a business with the money he had saved up. He had 3 main business ideas. The first was a test prep business. That didn't end up working out for him. The second was frozen yogurt, but there wasn't enough money in it. Or the third he was going to do was fitness, which ended up being the one that he would pursue. He emailed 40 gym owners and one owner messaged him back, and he agreed to come work at the gym for free as an apprentice to learn the gym business. He packed up his car and drove from Baltimore, where he was living at the time, all the way to California, which was a 36-hour drive. With no place to stay, Alex showed up at the gym owner's doorstep and asked to stay the night. I mean, this is dedication, driving cross country and having no idea where you're going to even sleep that night. Luckily for Alex, the gym owner allowed him to stay over. I mean, I know I would if someone just drove 36 hours to work for me for free. Just like it's free to smash the like button and subscribe on this video and get your brain juice.
Thumbs up the
The next day, Alex and the gym owner would go to the gym for Alex's first day, starting at 4:30 a.m. Alex would find a gym member that is willing to let him rent a room for $400 a month. He would move in and began working from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day at the gym. During this time, Alex continued to do whatever he could to learn and grow. He invested into learning Facebook ads, which at the time was a hefty payment for him of $6,000, but soon you would see it would end up paying off. Alex would end up finding a business partner to open up a gym with. Unfortunately, the partner would end up backing out at the last minute, leaving Alex with a decision. Alex could put down all the money he had to open up the gym on his own, or he could back out completely. Alex ended up risking it all by putting all his money on the down payment, and now he was really desperate to make it work. He wasn't able to afford 2 rent payments, so he would stay the night in his gym. The first gym would be successful, and Alex continued to roll his profits into growth, and he ended up opening up 6 gyms. Just as things were starting to look up, Alex would face some adversity when he received a DUI after a head-on collision where he almost lost his life. This was a pretty big wake-up call for Alex, and he realized that he had to get serious. Alex would still continue to want to grow, and he paid $25,000 to go to a mastermind where he did a business presentation on his business model. The audience was blown away by his presentation, and they told Alex that he should focus on teaching others how to do what he does instead of just doing it for himself. Alex listened, and within the next 90 days, he would sell all 6 of his gyms for $300,000 and go on to open up his next business called Gym Launch.
Success!
This ended
Okay, I'm guessing that's the thing Benjamin was talking about. Gym, what is it called? Gym Launch Secrets. Okay.
ended up working out very well for him, and he quickly started making $100,000 a month. He would launch gyms by building up their clientele through various different strategies, including those Facebook ads.
TJ Blackmore, first of all, eat my ass. Second of all, eat my ass. Sorry that I'm like, does every piece of content that I publish have to be an in-depth, finalized, researched you know, video essay that I spent 6 months on. I can't just do a live stream trying to learn. You know, do you go into the fucking live stream chats of people who are known for streaming for like 8 hours a day, like Kai Cenat and what's the other guy, I Show Speed and Hassan and all these guys who stream for 10 fucking hours a day? Surely they don't have some deeply prepared, like, a lot of those guys are just reacting to shit and, like, you know, coming up with their thoughts on the subject at the time. You're saying gotta do better. What the fuck? Gotta do better what? I'm doing a fucking live stream. What do you want me to do? What do you want from me? What do you want? So, Marco, you came into this stream with zero prep, zero research, and we're supposed... Yes! Yes! Because I've got a lot of comments and a lot of messages of people asking me to look into Alex Hormozi. So I'm doing it. Isn't it better that I actually let people in on the process of me doing the thing they asked me to do? They want me to look into it, so I'm looking into it. You know, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to form an opinion. What the fuck do you want? Sorry, TJ Blackmore, that I didn't have the big, like, you know, content nuke equivalent Alex Hormozi exposed video right now. Maybe we'll come across a clip that in this that will be, who knows? You know, insert the meme where he's like, you know, the what's the singer's name? He used to go by Krispy Kreme, and he's like, you know, the song give a ninja a break. You know, what do you want, TJ Blackmore? It's always people like what Winner Mindset or whatever, Winner Roadmap, TJ Blackmore. It's always people in the chat talking the most shit. I've never seen them before. I don't know who they are. They've never left me a comment. They've never let's get TJ Blackmore. Go to channel activity. He's literally never commented on a video before except this stream. Jesus Christ. It's always some random person that I've never seen before that always has that's always like, well. It's like, you know. So you subscribed to me just waiting for this moment, did you? All right. Sorry.
That he learned about. Alex would get this business up to $350,000 in monthly profits, but would become tired of launching gyms. Alex decided to take his talents to the internet for online fitness sales, and within 2 weeks, he was doing $1,000 a day in sales. As you would probably believe, Alex is phenomenal at sales and is an extremely driven and hardworking individual.
Jesse, you asked me.
Brandon says, Snoop Dogg be walking away from his stream for hours. People still watch.
If I was in the gym business or the money business. Neither. I'm in the empire business.
Alex would go on to mentor people during their gym launch.
TJ Blackmore says, longtime follower, I leave comments all the time. Okay, well, when I click on your username and I click channel activity, it says 0 chat messages. It says you've only left 3 chat messages in the last year and they were all on this stream. So maybe the channel activity thing only shows live stream activity. I don't know, but been watching since 2021. Not my fault you did 0 prep. Not your fault. Nobody's forcing you to watch this. You didn't pay to watch this. And this is me doing, if you want to call it prep, let's presume that I'm going to make a video about Alex Hormozi in the future. Normally, this prep of me watching videos and learning about somebody would be done privately, and then I would compile all the clips and write the script and film the video and edit the video and put it out, and you would see the finished product. The only difference is I thought it could be cool. The road to hell is paved with people just trying to do something they think is cool. I thought it would be cool to figure out, to do this research part of it together. Wouldn't it be cool if we came across some really like juicy, controversial clips during this stream, and then I was able to edit this stream down into a shorter video later and film an intro and an outro and actually put together the thing you're talking about, and you're in here saying, not my fault, you did 0 prep? It's not even like rage bait. It's like humor bait. It's like laugh bait. It's joy bait. You know, this guy is joy baiting me. Oh, man. Madness.
He did $60,000 in profits the first day, and he ended up calling all the gyms that he had launched in the past and brought in another $300,000. He went on to help other gym owners build their gym clientele for a minority stake in the company. The company he runs is with his wife Layla, called acquisition.com. He actually ended up meeting his wife Layla on Bumble, and on their first date, they ended up talking about business the whole time because Layla was in sales, and like Alex, she was phenomenal at it. Alex would end up convincing Layla to leave her well-paying job to come work with Alex.
Hey! Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
This would end up working out, and the two are the epitome of a power couple. It is also worth noting that aside from acquisition.com, Alex has also founded Prestige Labs, which is a supplement company which has also expanded into merch. He also has founded a software company called Alan, A-L-A-N, in March 2019. Alex is also a popular author, releasing Gym Launch Secrets, the step-by-step guide to building a massively profitable gym, and $100 million offers, how to make offers so good people feel stupid saying no. Alex says he plans to focus on his acquisition.com business for at least the next 5 years, and he currently resides in Las Vegas, Nevada. Although Alex is worth about $100 million, he does not live a lavish lifestyle. He recently sold everything that he owns, and he said about every 5 years he likes to get a fresh start. He invests as a private lender in real estate investments, and he also holds about 25% cash, which is considered extremely conservative if you ask most investors. Alex Hormozi has a great way of articulating things. He breaks complex concepts down to be easy for the average person to understand.
That's true. He is a good speaker for sure.
Alex has a YouTube channel, TikTok, and he is on other social media platforms, and we will also link Alex's channel down below if you want to go check it out. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex emerges as one of the top, if not the top, finance YouTubers. Especially if he continues at this rate that he is. I'm looking forward to watching Alex Hormozi's success and the success on this channel, Brain Juice, as well. So make sure you get in early, like, subscribe, and make sure you...
Okay, interesting. What was the name that this guy said of Alex's gym prep thing, the business that he had? I wanted to Google that. Where was it? Somewhere in here. Was it
all 6 of his gyms for $300,000 to him, and he quickly started making $100,000 a month. He would launch gyms by building up their clientele through various different strategies, including those Facebook ads that he learned about. Alex would get this business up to $350,000 in monthly profits, but would become tired of lying individual. During their gym launch, he did $60,000 in profits. The first
man, where was the fucking bit about here?
4 p.m. every single day at the gym. During this time, Alex continued to do whatever he could to learn and grow. He invested into learning Facebook ads, which at the time was a hefty payment for him of $6,000, but soon you would see it was precision. Alex could put down all the money he has desperate into growth, and he ended up opening.
What was it called again? Gym Launch. Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry, I had to look in the chat. Okay, Gym Launch. I want to look up Gym Launch. Gym Launch. Look at this comment. This comment is so funny. Guacamole United. Marco, today I'm doing a live where you see me do prep, doofus, but you didn't do any prep for the live where you're doing the prep. Yeah, sorry. You know, it's interesting because I also never did any prep for my recent video about the World Financial Group $65 million lawsuit. All I knew about it was that it happened. And then I did a live stream where I read out the lawsuit and gave my thoughts on it and edited that down into a shorter video where you were able to see my opinion. Only difference is that video I already had some background, rather a lot of background about World Financial Group. The difference here is I don't know much about Alex Hormozi, so I'm trying to learn. Fuck, sue me, you know? Okay, Gym Launch. Alex Hormozi, Gym Launch. Alex Hormozi, Gym Launch. And I see somebody also just sent me a video that they say about Alex Hormozi that I need to watch. Okay, take a watch of this video. It's Hormozi explaining his current largest venture. First off, he says they're targeting $1 billion opportunities. This is ludicrous. Second, the same types of companies they are making investments in are the same types of companies they are advising on the consulting side. This is a blatant conflict of interest. If they own a portion of a company in the same industry as a bunch of companies they are consulting with, they would be more likely to give awful advice. Either it is the case that they are operating with a conflict of interest, or they are not anywhere near the private equity/venture capital firm that they present themselves to be. Their funnel involves a partner with us statement where founders might want to have their company bought out by acquisition.com. And Hormozi instead pushes them through the recurring revenue consulting model after saying he can, however many X their business. The video is below. Okay. Very interesting stuff. Thank you for this. Okay, here, let's check this out then. The person who sent me this seems to be very knowledgeable, or at least have some background about this. So let's check it out. TJ says I'm just trolling. All right. Let's see it. Oh, this is from what's his name? Graham Stephan. Okay.
How has your criteria changed for businesses over the last 2 years?
It's just much bigger. It's just the businesses have to be a lot bigger. They have to be billion-dollar opportunities now. When I first started, I think honestly, when I first started, the goal was like $50 million opportunities, and then it became like $250 million opportunities. It's almost like 5x actually. Like every like 18 months or so, it's almost 5x.
So how does it work exactly? A company reaches out to you and they say, hey, we want to
go through acquisition.com on the site, and then.
And what do? They submit their info that they want money, or they want to sell, or what?
It depends.
Hold on. Okay.
Company reaches out to you and they say, hey, we want to
go through acquisition.com on the site, and then.
And what do? They submit their info that they want money, or they want to sell, or what?
It depends.
What is it?
So we basically have three kind of places that someone can go. So for like seed capital, SaaS, software type startups, we have ACQ Ventures, which is our venture arm. And so those are typically like smaller checks that are between like $50 and $1 million, like check sizes. And so we do, a lot of those deals. We do probably like a couple deals, 3-4 deals a month sometimes. Like December did 4. I think we did 4 in January. Like we do a decent amount of deal volume there. And those deals are much more like meet the founder, understand the idea, cool, we can just deploy. We have the private equity side, which is kind of like the big boy side. And those businesses, like if we're going to do a deal, they're all bespoke based on, the valuation of the business, where we think the business can go, what our value add is. And typically in that side, it's like right now we're 40% SaaS, 40% B2B services, and then 20% consumer services. And we're shifting over time towards just a blend of SaaS and professional services. That just tends to be where we just do really well. And so that's on the private equity side. And then we have the advisory division, which we started in January of last year, which is companies that are like not really portfolio ready. And so that's kind of like that, 1 million, 10 million, 30 million sometimes dollar per year business, where it's like they need to change a couple of things. And the reason that happened was for the 3 years prior to January of last year, we'd look at a business, we do 4, 5, 6, diligence calls, get to understand the business. And a lot of times, like 90 times out of 91, we'd be like, not a fit for us or not fit for us right now. Maybe change these 2 things, move this metric up. And when you do, like, call us back. And what ended up happening is a lot of founders were like, this was more valuable.
What up, Bad Dog Sports? 40% sus. Yeah, I'm having a hard time following this.
Than anything I've ever had to go through. And thanks for doing it for free. And for me, it was actually super expensive because I'm doing that 90 times however many calls, lots of companies. And I was like, I wonder if we could do this in a way that we could do the same basically assessment of a business and say, here's all the things that we would do, here's how we change it. And so then we wanted to see if people were interested in it. So January, I was like, hey, if anyone wants to come out to our headquarters, you can meet my portfolio team. We'll kind of assess the business and be like, these are the blockages to either making it more valuable or scaling it. And so it's like, you'll meet with my head of marketing. He'll be like, okay, change this on your webpage, change this on your ads, change this on whatever. Or meet my head of sales. If sales is a constraint, these are the things that we do. And people have really, really, really liked it. So it's been exceptional. And I think the reason that it works so well is that there's kind of what I was alluding to at the beginning, is that there's just not a lot of help at that $1 to $100 million range. And I think we can provide that. And so,
how do you make money from that? Are you taking distributions from the company, or have you?
Thank you, Graham Stephan. We're almost halfway through this video, and I'm also thinking the same thing. Like, how do you make money? He's talked for 3 minutes, and I'm like, so what do you do?
No, we sell it as an advisory service. It's just a service. It's a B2B.
Okay. You're just basically consulting, right? Advising.
And I think we can provide that. And so,
how do you make money from that? Are you taking distributions from the company, or have you sold some?
No. We sell it as an advisory service. It's just a service. It's a B2B.
Okay.
Service.
For acquisition.
Overall. Well, no, we have distributions that come from the private equity side.
Okay.
The venture checks, obviously, I'm not going to see anything for that for 10 years. Mm-hmm. And then services, just normal business.
Why don't you have a website or a place where people could see the company?
Am I retarded, chat? Am I just like, I thought I was like kind of smart. I thought I knew a little bit. I guess do you just throw out the words private equity, consulting, SaaS, B2B? Do you just throw all these words out one after another in combination and hope to befuddle people? Or is he actually saying something here? Again, I'm not saying he's doing anything bad. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe he didn't, you know, but I'm sitting here listening. Okay. CAC, customer acquisition cost, SaaS, software as a service. I know what these terms mean. Private equity, okay, I know what that means. But I'm trying to figure out how you make money.
Companies that you've invested in.
It's a good question. It's something that I've gone really back and forth on. The main reason is like when I sold Gym Launch, I sold Prestige Labs, which was a sister company that did supplements and sold through the distribution base. And I remember in the diligence meetings,
he just changed the subject 3 times. Yeah, I had the gym launch. Oh, and then I had a supplement business. And then I remember in the diligence meeting, okay, I'm trying to follow. For
that, it was like a huge point of contention that I had a 10,000 person Instagram following at the time. And they were like, are all the sales coming from your Instagram? And the business doing like 20 million a year, just the supplement side. And I was like, no, it's not coming. They're like, well, this could be an issue for us if like we can't have complete control of the Instagram. And how do we know you're going to keep promoting it? And I was like, my Instagram is not driving, like 10,000 people does not make it 20 million. Like I promise you. And seeing how sensitive they were to kind of like key man risk around, you know, an acquisition, I was like, okay, if I do deals and I grow my brand, I don't want people to know what the companies are because I'm going to have to go, like I'm going to write a check, but then if I publicly associate with it, then I'm going to, so like, for example, school, that was purposely, you know, like a brand association plus money, obviously.
Dude, I feel like I'm watching Patrick Bet-David right now.
That went into it.
I can't understand what he's talking about. Well, go back. What was the question?
For that, for advisory service.
And okay. Where people could see the companies that...
Okay.
Why don't you have a website or a place where people could see the companies that you've invested in?
Okay. The question is, why don't you have a website where people can see the companies you've invested in? I need to write this down. Write this down. Why don't you have a website where people can see the companies you've invested in? I'm gonna listen back to his answer, and I'm gonna hold this up in front of me while he's giving the answer so that I remain focused on what I'm trying to squeeze out of this speech. You've invested in. Okay, that's the question. Action.
It's a good question. It's something that I've gone really back and forth on. The main reason is like when I sold Gym Launch, I sold Prestige Labs, which was a sister company that did supplements and sold through the distribution base. And I remember in the diligence meetings for that, it was like a huge point of contention that I had a 10,000 person Instagram following at the time. And they were like, are all the sales coming from your Instagram? And the business doing like 20 million a year, just the supplement side. And I was like, no, it's not coming. They're like, well, this could be an issue for us if like we can't have complete control of the Instagram. And how do we know you're going to keep promoting it? And I was like, my Instagram is not driving, like 10,000 people does not make it 20 million. Like I promise you. And seeing how sensitive they were to kind of like key man risk around, you know, an acquisition, I was like, okay, if I do deals and I grow my brand, I don't want people to know what the companies are because I'm going to have to go, like I'm going to write a check, but then if I publicly associate with it, then I'm going to have to go with the deal later. So like, for example, school, that was purposely, you know, like a brand association plus money, obviously that went into it. But I know that I'm in that for the long haul. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to be with school for many, many years. And so my key man risk is something that I'm willing to basically deal with. Whereas if I buy an HVAC business, I publicly associate with it. A potential acquirer will want me to sign some other non-competes. I'll have to have some provisions around promotion, and I just didn't want to do that. I have gone back and forth on it, though, to be really honest. Like, I've gone back and forth.
It seems to me like there would be a net.
The question was, why don't you have a website where people can see the companies you've invested in? You guys.
The participants are not actors. They are actual litigants with a case pending in civil court. Both parties have agreed to drop their claims and have their cases
you guys.
here before Judge Marco in our forum.
All right, so you asking me about how come we don't have a website? Let's take that. So last night, we're having dinner last night. I'm talking to my wife, Jennifer. We're talking about who do you think is actually the best? Is it Kobe? Is it Michael Jordan? You look at somebody like Jordan. This is a guy who he's playing with the Chicago Bulls, I think 1986, 1989, 2001, 1976. Okay, so I'm looking at it. I'm going Fort Lauderdale, Casa D'Angelo. You put them together. It's all about the location that you're in. So Michael is in Chicago, no, Detroit. Rob, pull up a video of Michael Jordan. He's in Detroit. He's in Detroit. So I'm looking at it. I'm going, okay, you've got Michael Jordan. He's in Detroit. They want to know, why don't you have a website? So with PHP, you know, we have an insurance company. I'm looking at, okay, who is the guy that's going to be speaking Vault Conference 2026? Because this is the place that people is actually learning about how are we doing this? How are we doing that? So I'm telling Adam, get to the point already. I've got Adam, he's washing my car. Vinny, he's picking up my dry cleaning. So I'm looking at all these different people I can delegate to. So you look at a guy who is delegating. Michael, he passes the ball to Rodman, right? Rodman's delegated now to the ball. What else did Rodman do? People know him because he played with Michael Jordan. He was the number 2, sort of like Kobe and Shaq, sort of similar but not the same. Rodman, he's the number 2 with Michael Jordan, but then you also see a few years later, he's going to North Korea, and Rodman and Kim Jong-un is friends. Okay, so I'm looking at that. I'm thinking, what is Putin thinking about this? Basically, what I understand, yeah, buzzword, key man risk. Every buzzword was there. SaaS, provision, key man risk, $1 billion opportunity. I don't understand. He didn't even say the word website once. He even started by saying, it's a good question. Good enough for you to not have to answer, I guess. The fuck? Why don't you have a website? The question was, why don't you have a website? Word salad. Now again, him having like a long run on word salad answer doesn't necessarily, you know, thus mean he's a scammer. Again, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to, on this stream, I've been streaming now for an hour and a half. I'm trying to figure out what he does, how he makes his money, and if he's legit. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And so, you know, thank you, Jerusalem Artichoke. Appreciate you. First dono of the night. See, with me, it's very simple. I put out videos. Sometimes they do well. People subscribe of their own volition. They might watch a live stream. They might drop a bag. Streamlabs link in the chat. They might buy some merch. AlwaysMarcoMerch.com. YouTube pays me for the views. AdSense. We know very easily how I'm making money. Okay? Okay? That's number one. Okay? We can see that. I'm trying to figure out, how do you, Alex Hormozi, make money? And mind you, this video that we're watching, somebody specifically emailed me this 20 minutes ago to react to. So let's finish it. You know, let's give him a chance. Let's
benefit on that. Reminds me similar.
I've gone back and forth. Yeah. I have gone back and forth.
Like a Shark Tank business, where it's like as seen on Shark Tank is pretty big. And you could argue that the business you bring to that will drive up the valuation to a point where even without you, it's still higher than if you were never involved.
Agreed. So then the next thing that goes is, if I have all of these different things that I'm like pseudo promoting, then it almost feels like I'm shilling a lot of things.
No.
And so that's been where I've been.
Yeah, like, I would just, as a viewer of you, not that anyone, like, not that I would question your credibility, but I think that it would bring a lot more clarity where I could actually
I've gone back and forth on it. I mean, I've gone back and forth.
And I think it would attract a lot more businesses where you could say, hey, when you started with acquisition.com, you were valued at this much, your revenue was this much, and now look at you.
Here's the other thing I think.
What happened?
With acquisition.com, you were valued at this much, your revenue is this much, and now look at you.
Here's the other thing I think. It would help you negotiate better terms, saying that you're going to be on this website where it's even 100 companies. And I think it's important you put them all in the same place so that it's not like you're promoting this or promoting that, or you should never talk about these businesses unless in a podcast setting where you're giving an example.
The other, and I mean, I've been torn on it. I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I've been very like, because of all the reasons I just said. But the other one is kind of like the the compliance thing that I just said, right? Like if a company, could you imagine, like a company does something stupid, and companies do stupid things. Even if I wrote a venture check to a business and then
bingo, everybody, Alex Hormozi bingo is the next development of the cult. Venture check, new buzzword unlocked.
And the company does something, I'm an owner.
Patrick, are you regulated? Why are you regulated?
And any reporter or clout seeking YouTuber would then be like, Hormozi is doing this, and it's just like,
how is it different from Y Combinator, where they're very public?
Yeah,
a lot of
Specs in the chat just said Instagram. I don't know why that made me laugh so much.
These even some of these private equity funds are just like,
that's their value prop though. YC's value prop is Harvard's value prop, is like the main thing they get is
but there are plenty that go through Y Combinator that just turn out to be maybe not the best.
Yeah, but I think it's Y Combinator is kind of unique in that, like, I mean, to be fair, if a Harvard grad does something bad, Harvard takes a hit. But is
okay. Matt says the question was, why don't you promote the companies you work with on your website? Okay, Matt Janky, are you in my Discord? Because if you're in my Discord, I would love to invite someone in the Discord to actually join me and like get on a join voice chat and get on a call. Not a call, but like join voice chat. And I will let your voice be spoken to the people on stream and me to just explain this to me a bit more.
The law of large numbers. I told you. Like
Matt in the chat earlier said he can explain it.
It's going to work both ways.
Yeah.
I think it's going to hurt you if a business does something that reflects on you, and if you do something that reflects on all the businesses. I think it goes both ways. I think the net benefit is like a 51 to a 49.
Yeah,
like 49% down to 51%.
Like I have gone back and forth to the degree where I've been like, I'm gonna make all of our stuff public. I think I think the ACQ Ventures, if I'm not mistaken, I think our ventures things are public. So it's really just the private equity side.
I don't understand a fucking word he said in that video. Am I an idiot? Am I just not business minded enough? Business. I remember there was a my dad's old business partner when I was a kid. They had this restaurant together, Lebanese restaurant, and the partner's son was like 2-3 years old. And one day he was in the office at the restaurant, and he had like the phone, like the landline phone, held up to his ear, and he was just like sort of mashing buttons on the keyboard. And his dad came in the room and was like, "Come on, buddy, we gotta go." And he was like, "I'm working." He wasn't actually working, obviously. He was just like holding a phone up to his ear and mashing buttons on the computer. But you could tell he was just echoing something he had seen his dad do. And he didn't know what was happening, but he knew this was called working. And so he told his dad that he's working. It was so cute. But that's how I feel right now. I feel like I'm the kid. I don't understand. Matt, okay, join the Discord. Okay, join the voice chat. Somebody explain this. I need somebody to explain this to me. Seriously, if you're not in the Discord, join in there. Okay. I'll put the link in the chat. Muriel says it was long-winded, but I actually think he did answer the question. Okay. Okay. Please, somebody explain to me what Alex Hormozi does. Okay, chat. Multi-level misery, no. Okay, I'm in the voice chat called the Opportunity Call on my Discord. I want you to join somebody so that I can understand what the fuck is going on. Discord, here we go. Somebody join it. This is madness. I can't believe you've done this. Okay, it was a book. My 7-year journey to making my first million. That could be something too. Okay, Matt just joined the server. Okay, he wasn't even in the server. Now he is. We've recruited him. Okay, Matt, I'm in the Opportunity Call voice chat. There you go. Okay, Matt's in here. Matt, unmute your mic and welcome. Welcome everybody, Matt, to the stream. Matt Janky, what's up? Oh, he might have to. Okay, he hasn't. We haven't heard him yet. Maybe he has to get his. Maybe he has to get it sorted. Get it sorted then. Let me share this on the screen in case he wants to show himself. Yeah, okay. Yes, I do hear you. Let me change the output here so that I can put you to the headphones output device. Okay, can you hear me, Matt? Okay, hold on. Let me also make sure that the people can hear you, because I don't think they can. Properties, change this over to Discord. Opportunity call. Okay, boom. People can see that. And then the audio. Can they hear it? Matt, give me like a test or something.
Yo, what's up? This is Matt.
Okay. All right. We hear Matt? Okay, we hear Matt. Matt, how does Alex Hormozi make money?
Okay, so the way he makes money is he started with gym businesses. When he started working in his gym, he learned it's more about like business than just like lifting weights. So he took this business knowledge and he said, I'm just gonna start my own like acquisition company, telling other businesses like how to get leads, sell people, basic business stuff. So when he talks to these companies that he was talking about earlier, like $250 million a year, those types of businesses, he gets a stake in that company, a percentage, and whatever, like when they make more money, he makes a percentage of the money he helps them make.
Okay, help me here. I'm a guy, and you're Alex Hormozi, okay?
I'm a little nervous, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, hey Alex, I'm a guy, and I have a business, and I sell people. I don't know. I sell T-shirts online, and I need to make more money. So then now, what do I give you money for to help me make more money?
Well, first he like asks like what their problem is. Like
okay,
like we have people like I have 5 salesmen, and they're closing like 30% of our incoming leads. And like then he would ask like where are those leads coming from, and like it's either like cold calls or it's or if it's like social media marketing, etc. And then like he would, with Alex, with his knowledge on like how those marketing streams works, or like the like how like the sales streams sorry, I'm a little nervous.
No, you're good.
Cold calling works. He would say like, okay, like your t-shirt company customer is, I don't know, like whatever your brand was, he would say like, okay, he's an 18-year-old to 26-year-old male, and you just need to focus on like catching those people, and then you need to learn how to sell to those people, and like using that knowledge, like that like direction, because like that video you pulled up earlier, that's essentially what he was telling the guy with the garbage business.
Okay.
Like he's telling him like these are your customers. So you need to
okay,
do
so
these things. Yeah, go ahead.
So he's basically like a business consultant.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's helping.
When he
okay.
He started in the gym space. He opened like 9 gyms, and then he ended up selling them all. And then he kind of realized he was operating his gyms at a business efficiency that all these other gym owners weren't doing. So then he started selling these secrets, gym launch secrets, to other gym owners, saying like, hey, these are the things I did to fill my gyms, keep people coming back, upselling, et cetera, et cetera. So
right.
people would pay him for those secrets.
But I mean,
and then he sold. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Yeah, I think like a lot of these questions you're asking are really, really good. I think there's just like a lot of like experience that makes sense now that you haven't. Like I've been following Alex for a couple of years. I've read his books. I really think he's different from the gurus, because he tells you like there's no secrets. You can't pay me for a shortcut. It's like it's hard work. It's business. It's business, man.
Right.
And what these other gurus are selling are like, hey, like I'll do it for you. I'll do the things that you can't do, and then the customers don't get what they're paying for.
Okay, here's what I'm confused by, Matt. Like, gym secrets. Like, what really is there to it? You own a gym, you buy a gym. Okay, I'm going to open a gym, right? And I've thought about this before. Okay, I'm going to open a gym. The space that the building that the gym is in costs me this much a month in rent. The equipment, the machines are costing me this much. If I have this many customers per month paying a membership fee each month, it's going to take me this long to make my money back, and then I'll be making money. Beyond that, what really is there? You have maintenance for the gym. You have someone working at the front desk. You're running ads, maybe. You're doing some social media content, maybe. What am I going to go pay Alex Hormozi? And is that a thing? Like, am I paying him as a gym owner? Am I paying him money to teach me how to make my gym business more profitable? Or like...
Yeah, so what Alex figured out early on was how to fill a gym with customers before you even open, and that consisted of like certain types of marketing, so like certain ads that really performed well, and then getting people in, and then having someone sell to them in a specific, like with a specific sales script, and then like following the obstacles and the like when people like, oh, man, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a huge blank, but it's,
no, you're
it's
good.
just essentially like so like stuff like that. I'm sorry, man.
No, you're good. So can I just ask you, like, have you read any of his books or anything before? You said you've been following him for a few years. I just wondered, maybe you personally have been able to apply some of the stuff that he teaches. I would love to hear about like an example of like something that you've been able to apply to your own life that's been like helpful, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. So I've read Gym Launch Secrets, which was his first book. I've read $100 Million Offers, which is his second book, and I've read $100 Million Leads, which is his third book. And I'm currently working on $100 Million Money Models, which is his newest book. And the way I've applied this to my life is I've just started my own business recently, and it's essentially it's essentially a copy of Gym Launch Secrets, but for music stores. So like I want to help small business music stores get customers and keep them coming back, and that's through marketing and then business strategy, which is essentially what Alex says, sales training.
Right.
And then there's small things when it comes to like the way you set up your store, and he would do the same thing with gyms. It's like,
got it.
One thing he would do is like put like reviews on the wall so people would come in and see, like, you know, it give you like reputation and stuff like that.
Got it.
My business is super early, so I'm not like, it's not huge or anything, but it definitely has given me direction. It's like Alex tells you stuff that's like, holy shit, I can go do this by myself. I don't need Alex to do these things for me. And like, that's what a lot of these gurus don't do. These gurus are like, you need me. You need to pay me, because without me, you can't do it. With Alex, he's like, you can.
But I mean, bro, aren't you, and not to like push back on you, I'm not trying to like play a gotcha game, but like, aren't you paying him if you're buying his books? Like, yeah, you're not buying a course, but you bought 3 books.
So, he sells his books. You can get it for $1 on what is it? PDF? Kindle.
Okay.
So no, he's not making a ton of book money on these books. He's trying to reach a ton of people because he wants to help people make businesses. And I know some people in the comments are going to say bullshit. No, he doesn't care. But you know what? When it comes down to like the end of the day, you either like you have your evidence, and you either believe or you don't believe. And the stuff that I've seen from Alex, I do believe it's true. And if you want his books, it's $1 for a Kindle.
For all of them? For all of them?
Well, no, for each. $1 each.
I mean, like, also, yeah, okay, each of them is being sold for $1. But go ahead.
Yeah, and also each of them he puts the audiobooks for free on his on like the streaming platform, so like Spotify and stuff. You can just go and listen to the book like essentially for free. I mean, I know you're paying for your, so yeah.
Sure. Okay. So the thing you said at the beginning about like him getting a cut of businesses, like, can you explain that to me a bit? If you have any knowledge on that, like the acquisition.com thing, like he's talking about companies that are billion-dollar opportunities. Like, what is a company that's worth a lot of money, making millions or hundreds of millions of dollars? What are they paying Alex Hormozi for? Like, what is the actual exchange of value there?
It's exactly what you saw in the video with the trash company. It's people coming to him saying, "Look, this is my business. Here's all these stats that he asks for," and then him going, "Okay, based on that information, you should focus on this. You should do this," and that way, then you can make like your business will be more efficient. It'll make more money.
I see. Okay, so that's where the consulting thing is. I mean, this is where I sort of feel like it's a bit far-fetched and outlandish, because why, like, a company that's making a lot of money, like we're talking millions of dollars, they probably have teams of people, a marketing, in-house marketing person, an in-house social media person, etc. Why are they going to go pay Alex Hormozi, or even more insanely, why would they give him a cut of their business to do that?
Sorry, man. 1 second. My son's in here. 1 second.
No worries. Okay. Here, I'll go ahead and deafen, so that, how do I deafen him so that? Okay, there, he muted. Anyways, okay, interesting.
Okay, sorry, I got your answer right here.
Nah, you're good. Take your time, dude. I'm just trying to think about it, like, because Alex has secrets. Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out, man.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
So I have to answer your question. So essentially, like, the way that Alex like explains this is businesses have certain thresholds. So there's like, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but for instance, it's like you start making $50,000 a month, and then that's with so many employees and certain types of certain types of employees. So like maybe you have a head of sales, maybe you have a sales manager, etc. And then the next bar would be, let's, that's like a little level up. So then you have like more employees. Maybe you have a CFO, maybe you have a CSO, etc. And why people who are making this much money have hit a barrier to where they're at, and they don't know where to go. They don't know where else to go above that point, and they want to go that point. Some of these companies that talk to him wouldn't be making like millions of dollars a month.
But bro, why wouldn't one of these big companies hire like McKinsey? You know that company McKinsey? It's like a big consulting firm. Isn't that where like the best people are?
Yeah, I mean, yes, maybe so. I think, I know that Alex said that big number earlier, but he has talked about in the past where he fit his company acquisition.com fits in a certain segment of the market. So like the bigger companies you're talking about probably serve businesses bigger than what Alex does.
But he literally said in that one interview that now it has to be $1 billion opportunity.
Yes, maybe so, but I don't know the specifics of what McKinsey does. You know, maybe that's a shortfall. I don't know. And maybe when I heard him say those things about his segment of the market, maybe that was a couple of years ago, and maybe it's different now. I don't know.
Okay. Well, look, I do appreciate it. Matt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have Andrew join because he says that he might be able to explain the acquisition thing a little bit better. But I do appreciate you sharing with me the background about the books that he sells and the sort of advice that he gives. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If I can say just one more, can I say one more thing?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So like, I know you were saying earlier about like people just coming out of the woodworks and like defending Alex. And,
right.
Like, and maybe you can view me as one of those people. I do attend your live streams. I have given you comments. I actually emailed you a couple weeks ago about Alex, which is kind of
okay.
Odd. But I think like a lot of people that are like me see what Alex is doing and they're like, holy shit, this guy like is different. And then when people are like talking shit or like maybe like misinterpret things and say some things, I mean, and trying to make fun, I think like people like me are like, well, no, this guy's legit. You need to listen. Like, this is important. So, you know, maybe just take that with a grain of salt rather than just us just like just like trying to jump on his nuts or something, you know, and or being misinformed.
Yeah. No,
That's all I'm trying to say.
I remember now the email that you sent me. I remember that was last month. Yeah, you had sent me a Spotify link where it's sort of one of those episodes where he's helping somebody optimize their business for school.
Yeah.
And then you sent me a YouTube playlist as well, which I actually did look at this. I remember you sending me this email now, but I didn't watch all them. They're the Building Businesses for Strangers, where he's like, you know, titles are Building $1 Million Business for a Stranger in 56 Minutes. We just watched part of one, Building $1 Million Business for a Stranger in 70 Minutes. So, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's why I'm here doing on this stream, is I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to get a better picture, because it's so hard for me to understand what he does. And even when somebody explains what he does, I'm thinking, well, why would somebody pay him for that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, hopefully I was able to explain it a little better.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think because I've been listening to him for so long, that's kind of like why I kind of understand a little more. You're right. He does kind of like talk in high levels, so you're not wrong there. But no, dude, I'll hop off, man. I just want to thanks again for the opportunity,
Dude. Yeah, thank you,
big
man.
Fan, dude. Big fan.
Oh, dude, appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right, peace out, everybody. Thank you to Matt, everybody. Okay, Andrew. Andrew, are you here? Jump in, Andrew. I'm not gonna do a one-on-one. I won't make it a private call. Just jump into the voice chat. Click join in the voice chat. And Andrew, you guys will probably remember from my video. He was on a multi-level misery episode. I think my most viewed multi-level misery episode ever, called. No, it's tied for my most viewed multi-level misery episode ever. I'm sure it's soon to dethrone the previous and become number one. Surviving Patrick Bet-David's pyramid scheme. Andrew was in PHP when he was younger for 9 months. No, 6 months. Sorry. I posted it 9 months ago. And so, yeah, he, very smart guy, very intelligent guy. If you watch that episode, let's see. Let me switch over here to so you can see that right here. It was this video right here. That's Andrew there. Run up, Andrew, if you dare. Okay, he's not here yet. All right. I'm just reading your comments. If you go into the server, Andrew, and you click the opportunity call, it should pop you in there. But I can also just call you one-on-one. I can just call you here as well. Here, start call. There we go. Okay, I'm connected with you. Just unmute your mic and we should be good.
How we doing?
There we go. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the people can hear you. All right. Andrew, everybody. Big up. I'm playing the sound effects in your honor right now, Andrew.
I appreciate that.
Hell yeah. Okay.
So
all right, tell us what we need to know.
So acquisition.com, from what I understand, is his main venture right now. He did go a little bit into detail, so I'm assuming you just want to broadly understand how he makes money from this.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So, okay, he's got, like he said, he's got 3 segments. The first is venture capital, and as he mentioned, he's not expecting to see any return from that side for like at least 5 years. And it's funny because in his explanation, like shortly after, he said that he was going to be doing acquisition.com for at least 5 years. So it kind of sounded like he wasn't planning on doing acquisition.com forever to begin with, which is funny because he's running a venture capital firm essentially as part of his overall company that he's expecting to not return any money for the next 5 years. So anyway, that's just one part of it. Okay, so theoretically, if any of these venture capital investments end up going well, then in the future they could sell those companies, and then if they own any substantial portion, then they could like return a decent profit from the sale. Okay, So venture capital, like you said, is generally smaller check sizes. So they're not spending as much on any given investment. However, they own less of the company, and it's generally very risky investments. So that's the first portion.
Okay, wait.
The second,
wait.
yeah, what's up?
It's still too granular. It's still too. Okay,
detail?
Go back further. Zoom out more. How does a company find themselves doing business with Alex Hormozi? What is, you know, how is he helping them make more money? I get what you're saying, but like, how does it happen that he comes to own a share of a company? If I'm understanding you correctly.
Though my best guess would be it's either a company that's going through the typical funnel where, you know, the name of the company is acquisition.com. Potentially they sign up for like an advising session or whatever the case is. You know, they maybe want to get their business acquired. They could be seeking capital. Like this is very common in the world of venture capital. Like if you have an early stage company, like they mentioned Y Combinator on that podcast.
Yep.
There are a bunch of different venture capital firms. So there are tons of companies all the time that are seeking investments. So they could be going to acquisition.com to try to get seed capital. So like early stage capital to like fund their growth. So they could be going to acquisition.com for that purpose. You know what I mean?
Okay, so okay, so I'm a company. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Why would I go to acquisition.com? I go to acquisition.com because
you go to acquisition.com because you want to receive money. And generally you're giving a percentage or all of the ownership of your company away to receive that money. So it's
Alex is buying the company. He's acquiring it.
Yes, theoretically. That's why you go to acquisition.com. Like it's in the name.
Right.
That's why you go to acquisition.com. That's like if you look up their company on LinkedIn, it says venture capital and private equity principles. Basically, they're advertising themselves as an acquirer of businesses. So that includes full buyouts, which is like their private equity arm, and also venture capital, which is like the minority investment arm. But then you also have that third portion that we can talk about. But I want to specify that generally people only go to them because of that purpose. You know, venture capital and private equity, they want money from Alex.
Okay, so if I had a business and I was doing $1 million a year and I wanted Alex to invest in the business, sort of like Shark Tank, I'm going to give him a percentage of my company and he's going to give me money to help grow it, right? Maybe I need to open another warehouse or something like that. I can go to him for that in theory?
In theory.
Okay. Now, where the fuck is he getting all this money to be able to invest and like buy out companies and whatever? Like that's I guess what I'm...
It's a great question. So traditionally, and this could be the case to some degree, he may have some people backing him. He might have used some of his own money also. But to put it in his words, if he's seeking billion-dollar opportunities, and as he stated, the private equity side is the big business side of the business. And in private equity, you're not starting off with like a tiny company and trying to grow it. You're like starting with a sizable company and trying to make it better incrementally so that when you sell it in 5-10 years, you receive like a 2x on your money. So it's not nearly as aggressive. So you're seeking very high capital investments according to him. So you're right. You would need a lot of money if you're Alex Hormozi, which, like you said, begs the question, where does he get the money? So traditionally in private equity, you get the money from endowments. So like school endowments and pension funds. Those are the main two places. Like a state pension fund, say Illinois Pension, they give a lot of money to private equity firms to realize a return for them. I'm not entirely certain that they have like this massive investor base where they're trying to return. Like if I'm a pension fund, personally, I'm not trusting Alex because it's not like a typical institution. Like if he's saying on a podcast that he wants to run the company for 5 more years or whatever, if I'm like a massive institution that has all this capital, I'm not going to trust that. But that's the first thing. So in my opinion, he's using his own money to fund these things that he's built over the years through his other things that were talked about earlier, like the gym launch, his supplement company, whatever. But then also, I think especially now, he's using the resources from the consulting arm to finance some of those deals as well. I would suspect, but it's my suspicion even further that the private equity and the venture capital side is a far smaller portion of the profit generating activities of the business than the consulting arm is, in my opinion. But
okay, so here's my thing. It's like with the book, the cheap book, and the social media content. This is obviously like an easy sort of advertisement or like lead magnet, if you want to call it that. Is he selling courses as well? I Googled that he has courses that are free on his website, but he also has a 2-day scaling workshop. Google says that it costs $5,000 per person and is in Vegas. He also offers, in the past, he offered a $997 course and a $25 mini course. So, I mean, I just don't understand, like, okay, let's say that his gym business thing where he had a bunch of gyms that he sold is true, right? You didn't make enough money off your gym selling those gyms to start doing private equity and venture capital. I think that's fair to say, right? So where did he get the money? And I know you said maybe he had backers, but do you actually know or have a theory about how he got this money? Because to me, my gut would tell me that he got the money from Joe Schmo seeing his ad and you know, paying him for something. Because here's what doesn't add up to me. And this is what sort of Matt said a moment ago. Matt was talking about how, you know, in the video I watched earlier where he's helping this garbage man, scale his business, he's like, Alex makes it seem like he has a lot of knowledge about how to target your perfect avatar and whatever. Well, if that's the case, why the fuck am I, Marco, seeing Alex Hormozi ads on my Instagram? I don't have a big business. I don't have a big company.
A good point.
It's like you. I'm constantly seeing this guy's ads. So why am I seeing his content? Supposedly he knows a lot about like targeting and finding his dream avatar or whatever. So maybe I need to, next time I see one of his ads on my thing, I need to actually click it and go through the steps and see what the thing is at the end of it that he's trying to get me to buy, because it doesn't make sense to me. You know, these private equity and venture capital, these are like things that are meetings that are happening behind closed doors, not like I'm not seeing I don't know who Mark Cuban is not running ads being like, by the way, if you want to invest in something, you know what I mean? Like something just doesn't add up. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not saying it's a scam. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. Yeah, so maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm not understanding, but I'm trying to understand.
I mean, Marco, I think you're spot on. And honestly, I think the private equity and venture capital thing is somewhat smoke and mirrors for his company. And I think the lead magnet for him right now is I think all of his chips are in the basket of this consulting arm that he has in acquisition.com. Like, I think that's where he's generating the vast majority of the money. So if he can come off as this guy that, you know, he's got all these companies that he owns and he has investments in all these companies, it's super legitimate because, like you said, you know, private equity generally is done behind closed doors. You know, it seems kind of exclusive. So when you have this kind of, I'm going to say, appearance of exclusivity and prestige, but then also a very wide-ranging knowledge, like and so now, okay, the public knows who you are, but then also you have this aura of legitimacy from like the private equity or whatever. Then what you get is, okay, people are all going to go to you for this if they are a $1 to $20 million business that really wants to scale. He can elicit that emotional reaction, and then when you get in that meeting to try to like sell your business or get involved with Alex, then he's gonna, you know, get your money that way. That's kind of my thought process.
Have you read any of his books or anything like that?
No.
Okay, I just pulled this up. Somebody in the chat had this great idea. So I just pulled this up. I just searched on Google, Alex Hormozi ad library, and it took me to the Meta ad library to show me all of his active running ads. So let's just click on one and see what it says. So here's the ad.
If your business is doing between $1 and $3 million a year, you're in what we call the swamp. And so it means you're too busy to work.
This is an ad I've actually seen. I'm almost certain I've seen this ad on my Instagram where he says, if your business is doing $1 to $3 million a year, I'm not doing anywhere near close to $1 million a year. So I wonder why I saw this ad, but let me just watch it and see.
If your business is doing between $1 and $3 million a year, you're in what we call the swamp. And so it means you're too busy to work on the business because you're drowning in the business, but you don't have enough cash to hire the key people you need to get out. But a lot of the changes that we have to make are either offer-based, pricing-based, or basically money model stuff, which is what I talked about at my book launch. What's cool about those solutions is that they're typically very fast to implement because they're strategic in nature. It's not saying like, oh, they're typically very fast to implement because they're strategic in nature. It's not saying like, oh, you have to go build this other thing or build this other resource. It's like, we just need to reposition how these things work so we can generate more cash flow so that we can then unlock what you need so that you can bring someone else in to get the help you need to get to the next level. And so we do this a lot for business owners every single day of the week. If that sounds at all interesting and your business is doing over $1 million a year or more, I'd love to invite you out to our headquarters here in Vegas to actually have my team come in and be like, this is what we tweak, this is how we do it, because we've seen this work a zillion other times in businesses just like yours at the stage you're currently.
Okay, so then I click learn more, and it's an ad for the scaling workshop, and it takes me to a landing page. There's a video sales letter here. It's a 2-day interactive workshop where you receive personalized, actionable insights. And then if I click I'm ready to scale, okay, so it wants me to do a meeting, which is obviously a sales call. So then they want me to book a calendar slot where one of his, like a closer basically, is going to be on the call asking me about my budget and how much I'm willing to invest in whatever. And then they're going to close me, presumably for a high ticket price. Okay. These are all related to, these all have the same ad copy: private session, private session, private session.
Are you a unicorn? And not
okay, so they all just have a different hook.
Imagine your best.
Are you a unicorn? Imagine this, but they all have the same ad copy. Let's see if there's a different one. All of these are actually promoting the thing. So, I mean, he's running, what it shows here is he's running 21 different ads that were launched in September of 2025. 21 different variants of an ad promoting his private session in his Las Vegas HQ. So, I mean, to me, this is the business. In my, like, all the other shit that everyone else has tried to explain to me, I haven't been able to, like, make heads or tails of it. This is very clear and obvious to me. Money. This is very clear to me. Okay, I'm seeing these ads, and even that might be like sort of a little I don't know, like psychological trick that somebody who's not doing anywhere near $1 million a year, is getting an ad on his Instagram feed saying, do you do between $1 and $3 million a year? Maybe that's meant to have me be like, no, but I'd like to be, so maybe I can, you know, like it's aspirational or something like that. So I don't know. It's just, to me, it makes sense that this is the business, that he has a bunch of free content and like cheap lead magnets, the books, where you're sort of, he's giving you free value or whatever, or cheap value, and making you enjoy his content or whatever, his personality. And then you're getting these ads, these retargeting ads to get you to book a sales call to join his workshop, and then the real money is made at the workshop. That's my guess.
The workshop, I'm sure he sells these things, but like I'm sure it all feeds into whatever that consulting arm is with the acquisition.com. You know, I feel like he wants to get like a long-term agreement going where you pay recurring or whatever.
Honestly, all this stuff, like somebody made a point in the chat earlier that maybe he did actually answer Graham Stephan's question about why doesn't he have it on his website, the companies he worked with, or why doesn't he have a website? Sorry, my mic disconnected for a second for no reason. You can still hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay. Somebody made the point that perhaps what he was trying to say was that the reason he doesn't put the websites on his, or the companies on his website, is because of that story he told, that they don't want to think all the business is just coming from his social media. But then somebody else also made an equally good point where they said, if you were genuinely doing work with like these billion-dollar companies, that's, of course you would post it. You know, like you're a public figure, right. You know, there's people who literally pay for like fake Forbes ads, and then they can post on their website like as seen in Forbes, as seen on Netflix or whatever. So, yeah, it just, I don't know. I need to watch some more videos, I guess.
It's a tough one. This isn't a case where it's going to be super blatant. And one thing I wanted to mention also, the branding of this company, acquisition.com, is very clever because you're not going to find anything else except for that company if you look it up, because it's going to bring you straight to the website. You know?
Yeah, that's sort of like Andrew Tate has university.com.
Right. So that's what it's known for, right? It's on all his t-shirts, hats, whatever, acquisition.com. So you don't get the chance to like see what other people are reviewing it as, or, you know, what their thoughts are, because you're just going to land right on his landing page.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Let me see the chat. Maybe the chat has some wisdom for me. But I think I had the biggest bar of the night, to be honest. I think I had a bar when I said, why... Here, hold on. Let me give myself the bars. There we go. I think I had the biggest bar of the night. Why am I seeing the ads?
Right.
This is the guy who's teaching everybody else how to find their dream avatar and do their perfect targeting and maximize their profit and whatever. But you're targeting me, someone who would never buy the ad, but I've seen your content. So, to me, that's your business. I don't know. I gotta... Yeah. Let me see. TJ in the chat says, Mark Cuban had a TV show, didn't he? He's the same as Hormozi. Well, that's not the same, because Mark Cuban was getting paid to be a personality on the TV show and was doing deals with the people on the show. I wasn't getting ads to my phone for me to invest with Mark Cuban or for me to learn from Mark Cuban. That was the point I was making. Okay, yeah, I was also going to ask Matt, was his music school business or his music business, was it a like music school or like Guitar Center or something like that? I forgot to ask him that.
About the business that he had, that he's running?
Yes. Yeah, the last guy I talked to.
It was, what he's trying to do is essentially gym launch, but for small music shops. Like, he's wanting to try to help them scale their businesses.
Are you familiar with this gym launch thing, the Alex Hormozi gym launch thing?
Not really.
Okay. What up in the chat, KDP? Okay, let me see. Spec says it's just expensive business consulting. Honestly, that's what I think. That's, as Judge Judy says, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. So to me, the one thing that makes sense is he's selling the program. He's selling the event. You know, okay, I'm reading these comments. Dr. Rap says, if you're drowning in your business, you don't have time to fly to Vegas to meet with a YouTuber for a few days. That, and also if you're losing money on business, or if you're doing $1 million, like, are you really hiring Alex Hormozi to, like, I don't know. Spec said, that's why Graham was confused. He was like, no, you definitely should put that on your website. Yeah. He came from the ClickFunnels crowd when he did gym launch. Sounds like a business coach. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying he's a scammer. I'm not saying that it's anything, you know, shady. I just don't understand. At this point, I don't understand. You're watching, like, guys, hear me out on this, okay? I've had now 2 people call in. 2 people that seem, I mean, in the case of Andrew, I know that he's an intelligent guy. When it comes to Matt, he seems like a totally reasonable and intelligent guy. And I've watched a couple of videos now and heard from people in the chat who are fond of Alex Hormozi, and I still don't understand. And I'm not playing ignorant. I'm not playing, you know, coy to pretend I don't understand just so that I can say he's a scammer. That's not what I'm doing. I'm genuinely trying to understand, and I'm not understanding. So, okay. Andrew, I appreciate it.
Yep.
Anything else you wanted to add?
That's about it for me.
All right. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Thanks, man. All right. Andrew, everybody. Okay. Let's Let's hear how Alex made. Let's hear how Alex Hormozi became a millionaire.
I could be the millionaire next door who saves every penny, doesn't go to Starbucks for my entire life, and have $2 million when I'm older. But it's not a trade I wanted to make. And so I took all my extra money, even went into debt to get access to communities and mentors and coaching programs and masterminds. Yeah. If I had taken all the money that I'd spent on coaching, mentorships, courses, workshops, and put that in the S&P 500 10 years ago, the amount that I would have right now is inconsequential compared to what I currently have. And it's because I invested in something different. I invested in the S&P 500. I could be the millionaire next.
Man, okay. Jerusalem Artichoke says, Marco, go to his ACQ. Is that acquisition ventures, and go on his portfolio section. All those startups are completely useless. They are the most saturated niches. A16Z and Y Combinator startups have successfully captured them. Okay. Acquisition.com. What is it called? Portfolio. Here, portfolio companies. Okay, let's look. Portfolio. Where is it? Results not typical. Where do I even find this? Media, books, courses. Okay, courses. Okay. Is somebody going to help me find this? Portfolio of companies owned by acquisition.com. School, okay. I don't doubt that school is a successful business, by the way. Take a hilarious journey down the rabbit hole that is Enchanted Fairies. Used to be one of the only companies, portfolio companies on their website before they decided to no longer list their portfolio companies. When your only portfolio has an entire Facebook called Enchanted Fairy Scam Victims. Oh my God. If they actually had a portfolio, they would be promoting them to high heaven. Yeah, that's what doesn't make sense to me. It's sort of like the Iman Gadzhi thing, which I need to do a separate stream about Iman Gadzhi, but like he claimed to run like a social media marketing agency, but people have made videos like pulling up the corporate filings showing that he never actually had a successful social media marketing agency, and that he actually made his money selling a course teaching you how to run a social media marketing agency, allegedly. So make it make sense, literally. Make it make sense. S&Me 500, true. Here, yeah, let's hear. Let's look at this. Let's hear it from Alex. My journey to making my first million. Hopefully he's like straight up about this.
In this video, I want to talk to you about how I made my first $1 million in profit. Mind you, the reason I'm so big on profit rather than revenue is that at that point, I had already made, I was already making a couple $1 million a year between all the different things that.
TJ says I posted the link. TJ, there's no links going into the YouTube chat. It automatically held in the YouTube chat because, as a security measure, because people will come post malware links and porn and whatever else. So, tell me the name of the YouTube video and I'll pull it up.
That I was doing, but I was taking home basically nothing because I was so spread thin. I wasn't paying attention to profit. I was just looking at revenue, trying to.
Dr. Rap with a bar. People that attribute their wealth to hiring coaches are 100% always selling coaching. Fucking facts. 1 second. Needed to grab a refill for my anti-pyramid mug from alwaysmarcomerch.com. Okay, let's watch.
Beef myself up and feel status rather than thinking about what I was actually taking home. And I told you in a different video how I got in a head-on collision in a DUI at 60 miles an hour on the highway and walked away from it. And that was kind of the catalyst that ended up changing my life in a lot of ways. Mostly because I decided to confront decisions that I had been putting off and make hard calls that I didn't want to make to force myself to focus on one thing. And so what I want to do in this video is talk to you about the result of that decision and what kind of happened and transpired in the next 6 to 12 months, which is anything but a Cinderella story. I made the calls. I went all in on Gym Launch. I basically fire sold my other businesses. And just as a quick tangent on that,
Like a lot of times I think the great thing that we have is sitting right in front of us after we let go of the things that are holding us down. I'm a big believer in the theory of constraint, which is, a system will grow to up to its basically its bottleneck, right? And then until you relieve that, like systems will grow as long as they're not constrained. And so most of us are constrained in many ways, and we just do not recognize them, which is why we have things called limiting beliefs. It is a constraint, right? And for me, in a very real way, I had constraints in terms of
limiting beliefs. Everybody, that's on the MLM scammer bingo card for sure. Mastermind for sure. Also, the rags to riches. It's not really rags to riches in this case. Him talking about the car accident, but it's sort of like an overcoming adversity story. You know, every MLM scammer or just scammer in general has like an overcoming adversity bit that they do. I forgot also to put this. There we go. That's better. All right, let's continue here.
All the different things that I was allocating my attention to. I had, I think literally like 9 or 10 businesses, I'll use quotes here, that I was trying to run at the same time, and I was spread so thin that I could barely allocate anything, and I was working every hour of the day, and I was drinking half a bottle of Johnny Walker at night, so I'd just go to sleep. And so anyways, I got in the head-on collision. I decided to make the next move, which was going all in on Gym Launch. And this was the beginning of yet another hard road ahead. And so at this time, for those of you who don't know, I started flying around and doing done-for-you gym launches. And so what that was basically Layla and I would go and do a gym turnaround. I didn't like to use that word because I didn't think gym owners liked it. I was originally going to call it gym rescue, but no one wants to be rescued, so I called it gym launch, and everyone was okay with that name. We would fly out to brick and mortar facilities. We'd sit at the front desk. I would spend my own money on everything. So the offer was pretty simple. I said I would fill your gym in 30 days for free. that was the offer. And I was like, I'll spend my own money on the ads. I'll spend my own money on the hotels, the food, the everything. And the deal is I just get to keep the upfront cash that I collect, and then everything afterwards that's contract value you get to keep. It was a pretty compelling offer, right? They didn't have to do anything, right? They would just say yes, and then I would show up. I think I'd ask them for $500 to reserve the date just to make sure that they wouldn't like not be there. But I made it a refundable deposit. But anyways, I would fly out, and we would spend all the money in marketing, and we would sell on average, when Layla and I would go, we'd sell on average about 200 people in 21 days. So we'd average about 10 sales a day. And then we would take, then we'd fly to the next one. This is kind of what we had been doing in 2016, and I was doing this while also having 6 gyms and 2 agencies and all these other things that were going on, and I was spread wildly too thin.
Infinite Jack in the chat says, it says unable to accept invite, username is Infinite Jack. Did you get banned? Did somebody ban you? Did I ban you? Were you in the Discord before, Infinite Jack? Or have you never been in? Let's see. Can we talk about this? Matt says, I trust no one wearing a nose strip in YouTube videos. Okay. It says unable to accept invite. Oh, Infinite Jack was banned. Hold on. Infinite Jack was banned November 2023, damn near 2 years ago. Why was Infinite Jack banned? 2 messages deleted in general chat. He said to somebody, you have no MLM spidey sense or just stupid. Uh-oh, Infinite Jack. It looks like you said, it looks like you were maybe bullying somebody. What's the reason that was given for why he was banned? 2 messages deleted in general. Infinite Jack was banned. What's the reasoning? Can I see that? Who did it? Oopsie poopsies, Infinite Jack. How do I go to find my band members in the chat or in the server? Server settings? Server settings. Okay. I'll have to go and find you separately. I'm not going to do this on stream, Infinite Jack, but I can confirm that you were banned 2 years ago. Let's see. I can go fix it later. Send me an email, Infinite Jack, so that I don't forget. And I'll go here, bans. Infinite Jack. There you go. Revoke ban. All right, Infinite Jack. You've been given another chance by the grace of the Emperor himself. Do not forsake it. Do not forsake it. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. He's a forgiving king, but he never forgets. Even though I did forget, but.
And that's when I got in the DUI and then decided to end everything except for gym launch. We ended up basically, I sold 5 of the 6 gyms. I shut down the 2 agencies, and then I had 1 gym that was left over. And I put the money from the sale of those other businesses, which was not a lot, into kind of the last facility. The partner that I had at that facility ended up feeling like I had been taking distributions somehow from the business, which I hadn't. And then he took what he believed was rightful compensation for him not being involved in that gym anyways, and basically took the rest of the money out of the account. And so I basically was left with nothing. So I was truly at this rock bottom moment of I just got into DUI. I just got rid of all my gyms. I put all the money from those gyms into this last facility. That money got taken. And
It doesn't make sense. Sorry, Brandon C., how about this? Can you hear those? I had my stream deck sounds low. You're correct. Treytino, why are you always streaming while I'm doing hot girl shit? Figure it out, Treytino. Wednesday, Saturday, we in here. Even though, actually, I was doing it on Thursday this week because I had a crazy day on Wednesday. But here we are. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense, you guys. 2% in the chat said that would take years to complete that work. True. And Dr. Rapp said, so he flew out to gyms and sat at the front desk while customers magically appeared. Bullshit. None of it actually makes any real world sense. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm giving him as much grace as I can. He got a $500 refundable deposit from the gym owners to make sure that he was okay to be there. And he, doing his own internal audit of the gym, is what I'm guessing he means by sitting at the front desk, figured out, based on the location of the gym, the demographics, the equipment within the gym, what ads would work well to attract people close to that gym to come there. That's my understanding. But still, how are you doing this? How are you funding all this yourself? You're doing this for free, and you're saying you'll fill the gym in 30 days, and that's like, I'm guessing, a guarantee. So how do you support yourself for those 30 days when you're not getting any money in? And he was saying him and his wife were doing 10 sales a day, but you can't be sitting at 10 gyms for 30 days, or are you just going and spending 1 day there? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, or he's not giving us enough info to actually make it make sense. Somebody needs to make it make sense.
Last facility, that money got taken. And I then decided to close that one gym down. And then when I did that, I couldn't sell anymore at that facility to generate cash flow because I wanted to close it down. I didn't want to be involved in that gym anymore.
It doesn't make sense. What are you saying? And then I decided, let me listen. And then I decided to close that gym. Okay, why? Explain.
I had to close that one gym down. And then when I did that, I couldn't sell anymore at that facility to generate cash flow because I wanted to close it down. I didn't want to be involved in that gym anymore. And so I basically stomached rent and payroll out of there with no new cash flow coming in. And I watched my bank account basically go from some money to no money. And so at the end of that, we shut the gym down. I got tons of refunds and things like that that ended up happening afterwards because people are weird when you.
Yes, correct, Alex. If anything did make sense, it would take less words to explain. As always, Marco once very wisely quoted from somebody else who he forgot who it came from. The truth is not complicated. What gets complicated is evading the truth. How do you make money? I sell t-shirts. I'm a YouTuber. I sell courses. Whatever the answer is. This is too much.
Shut a business down, so heads up. And so we just kept, but the coach that I had at the time was just like, just write the checks, do right by everyone, and you'll be able to, escape.
Oh, and you had a coach at the time. Okay.
This thing unscathed emotionally. And more or less, I was able, like, that was some of the best advice I ever got. Like, I didn't try and pursue anything with the partner. I just wrote the checks for all the customers who, even if we had fulfilled the services, I just wrote the checks. And I actually didn't. Layla wrote the checks because I was so like destroyed by this entire decision, process. But anyways, I was completely, clean slate at that point. I think all in all, I had $23,000 left over at that point. And so after selling 6 businesses and all that stuff, I had like nothing left. And this was hard for me because I just spent 4 years building, 6 facilities and all that stuff, and I almost had nothing to show for it. And that was one of the biggest lessons that I've had, is that like you have all these skills and experiences and character traits that you developed to show for it. Like the entrepreneurial journey is one that improves you, not anything else. And so that's why I'm such a big believer in that stuff, because like I had these things, these assets that I did not value. And what's crazy is that in the next 30 days or so, we did 100-something thousand in sales. And so I was like, oh wow, we can do this. And so anyhow, actually I think what ended up happening is I had almost no money, and then we did a launch, and then after all the costs and everything, I think I had 20-something thousand in money for me. The next month, Layla and I said we were just focusing purely on this business. She told all of her friends from high school to quit their jobs, right? So she had 6 friends from high school that all were doing MLM shake mix stuff. And
What you are about to witness is real. The participants are not actors. They are actual litigants with a case pending in civil court. Both parties have agreed to drop their claims and have their cases settled here before Judge Mark.
It always seems to come back to that, doesn't it? I've gotten these ads recently from another guy who perhaps I have to do a video about, but I've been watching some of his content recently, trying to make sense of his business. And he is similar. He's like a business coach, and he has these very high quality, well put together videos where he's got a big piece of brown paper on the table, and he's got these big chunky markers, and he's writing and all these diagrams and flow charts about business and your offer and using all the buzzwords. And in one of his videos that I was watching recently, by pure happenstance, as he's going on one of these word salad business guru rants, he goes, I was in Amway many, many years ago. And I went, ah, Amway, you say? Oh, MLM, what? MLM shakes. It always seems to fucking come back to that, doesn't it? And Andrew in the chat says, notice how he just said he got out of the gym business with almost nothing and then pivoted into advising gyms. Even when he's filming and publishing his own video and editing it himself, it doesn't make sense. In the other video, he made it sound like selling 6 gyms made him a bunch of money. Well, yeah, that was, yeah. I think that was somebody else's video about him, but still.
In money for me. The next month, Layla and I said we were just focusing purely on this business. She told all of her friends from high school to quit their job.
Pause. If they were in MLMs, they didn't have jobs.
Right, so she had 6 friends from high school that all were doing MLM shake mix stuff.
MLM, okay, so Herbalife.
And she said, hey, you should quit that and start selling this stuff. We can make $100 a pop instead of, making $5 on shake mix. And they were all like, awesome, let's do it. In between I think it was like November-ish going into January, which is when we wanted to slate the 6 gyms that we were going to launch at the same time, which of course makes sense, right? Why go from 1 to 2 when you could go from 1 to 6? Because that's a brilliant idea of Alex's, right? And so we had 1 month in between where I was going to go launch a gym with Layla. We were going to do like 100 grand-ish. And then I was going to be able to, that was going to kind of be the restart money, right? So here's what happened.
How the fuck are you getting 100 grand from going to a gym that's struggling and in 30 days getting people in the gym? How are you making 100 grand from that? Didn't he say the gyms are not paying anything up front except the $500 refundable deposit? So how many gyms are you going to and offering this service to? I don't know. I just don't understand. Tell me how you make money.
What happens next? I get a text from a guy, and he's like, hey, my brother lives in the same city as where you're starting your new gym. And I was like, or not starting, doing a launch.
Dr. Rapp, all the defenders have moved on. You've dug too deep. They're writing the copyright strike as we watch, yeah.
I was like, okay. And he's like, yeah, he's a salesman. He really needs a job. He's got a baby, and he's got another one on the way, and it might be a good fit. And so anyways, I knew I needed to take a month to kind of put all the resources together to start doing the launches at 6 at a time and train.
What does it mean?
Training those sales guys and everything. So I was like, okay, that might work because then I don't have to spend all day selling. And so anyways, I trained him and he crushed it. In the next 30 days, he did, I think 120,000 in sales in December, which is like a hard month to do it in.
TJ, if you're still here, bro, feel free to jump in the Discord and fucking explain this shit to me.
And B, it was a great first, launch for somebody else in December, which is like a hard month to do it in, and B, it was a great first, launch for somebody who's new, which also kind of proved the model to me because I had done it, Layla had done it, but we never had someone else who wasn't like super tied to me doing it, obviously.
Okay, again, being as graceful as only always Marco can be. If you genuinely were doing this business and you had times when you were making 120 grand a month, why the fuck would you ever stop and start doing anything else?
Layla was more invested than just, just an employee right at the time. And so it was awesome. So I was like super excited. I was like, sick, this 100 grand is going to be the launch money for the next thing. This will be great. And so at this point, Layla says, this guy's a winner. I'm going to take him home to meet my family, which is hilarious because I was not a winner.
What do you mean? You just told me you made 120 grand in a fucking month. And you're not a winner.
At that time. And so anyways, I'm at her.
Then I'm a fucking useless, worthless piece of shit. Cheers to that, Alex.
At her family's house, Christmas Eve. And we had been selling for 3 weeks at this point. So we had, 70, 80,000 in sales at this point. And what was weird was I was running all.
Has someone edited this in a weird way to like prank me? She brought me home to meet her parents because she thought I was the one because we'd made 70, 80K in the first 3 weeks of December, but I was nothing. And by the end of December, we had 120K. Yeah, next he's gonna tell us he went for dinner at Casa D'Angelo's with Michael Jordan.
The money through just my gym processor because I still maintain the processing like my POS. And so anyways, I always got deposits on Tuesdays. And I was like, this is weird. We haven't gotten a deposit since, I didn't get a deposit last Tuesday. And I was like,
what are you talking about?
And I called them and they're like, hey, I gave it like 3 or 4 days because I was like, maybe it's delayed or something. And it had been a holiday because it was in the holiday season, whatever.
What's happening?
And so the deposit's supposed to hit. It doesn't. I wait some days, keep checking, doesn't hit. I called them. They say, hey, you're in an annual review. It's standard, nothing to worry about. And I was like, that's weird. I've been with you guys for 5 years. I've never had an annual review. Interesting.
What are you talking about? Dude, this is Patrick Bet-David levels of yap. This is babble. Nothing is being said. Even for someone who's telling a story, this is insane.
And then waited a couple days, called again, was like, hey man, we're really gonna need these funds. I need you to deposit these.
What do you mean you need funds? You just made 120 grand in a fucking month. And why would you need the POS from the gym that's already been shut down? No new money's coming in. Didn't you say earlier in this video you refunded everybody who was from the gym? So what are you talking about?
And they're like, yeah. We're just working through some final things, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right. And so Christmas Eve.
I'm stunned.
And we're supposed to launch 6 gyms starting on the 26th, so 2 days later. I called the guys up and I was like, I'm not getting off the phone until you send me the money. I'm not. I need.
The other person can hang up too, right?
There's 100 grand that's sitting there. I need that money. The guy was like, sorry, we're seeing some irregular activity in your account, and this is because we had written all these refund checks for clients when I was closing down the gym, the last gym that I had. So there's been some irregular activity. This isn't the way that it seems like you have a virtual business now. That's not what this is intended for. This is supposed to be for a single brick and mortar location. So we're going to hold on to all the funds for 6 months, and I lost it. And for those who don't know me, when I lose it, I don't actually get explosive. I just get incredibly cold and very.
But why do you need the money right now, Alex? You fucking made 120K in a month. And nobody is holding funds for 6 months, by the way. If you're making money, if you're bringing that kind of traffic through their POS service and they're getting a cut, or you're paying some sort of subscription, you're probably like a high value client for them. This doesn't make any sense.
Very mean. And so I probably said some of the meanest things. I didn't cuss. I was just I destroyed the person's character that I was talking to on the phone. That person questioned why they were alive. And so anyways, I got off the phone and at that time. And so it was months. And I
dude, what are you talking about? No. What are you talking about?
lost it. And for those of you who don't know me, when I lose it, I don't actually get like explosive. I the person's character that I was talking to on the phone. Like that person questioned like why they were alive. And so anyways, I got off the phone and Layla and I's parents are supposed to go to the movies because it's Christmas Eve and
Everybody's joining gyms between Thanksgiving and Christmas. If he said it was after a New Year's resolution, it might be believable. Yeah.
Her dad was like, you know, he seems a little stressed. She's like,
merchant account settles to bank account, but the merchant account may freeze. Yeah, not for 6 months.
like, is she always this way? And of course I was a little bit stressed at that time. And so here's what was crazy is that as we're going to the movie theaters, I'm just like completely
this whole thing is
just,
crazy.
Like, I feel dead on the inside. And so we go to the theaters, the movie's playing in front of me. I'm not even watching the movie. Layla holds my hand and she's like, what's going on? I was like, I'll tell you later. She takes my pulse. My resting pulse was like 120 in a dark.
She takes my pulse. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're sitting in a movie theater and your girlfriend takes your pulse? What do you mean by that? She puts her hand on your wrist and knows exactly your resting heart rate was 120?
Movie theater at age 27. I was stressed out of my mind. And so we left the movies and I told her, I was like, the money's not coming. And she was
I'm so I'm beyond confused. I'm insulted.
was like, what do you mean? And I was like, they're keeping it. She's like, can they do that? I was like, apparently. Like, this was the first time I'd even known this, that a processor can hold money. And so,
by the way, KDP, shout out to you, KDP, for your merch order from Always Marco merch earlier today. I must be a terrible businessman, especially compared to Alex Hormozi, because I looked at that order, KDP, and I don't know, something about it shipping to the UK and being printed in the UK. I guess the UK prices for my products that I pay are more. I lost. Yes, KDP. KDP bought 2 items from the merch store earlier today. I lost 18 cents on it. Let's go business, baby. Business. This, hey. Buy my course.
It's an evil world we live in.
You guys need to buy my Always Marco course coming soon. What YouTuber do you know that's selling merch and a customer makes an order and they lose money on the merch? I checked it. New merch order. Let's see what it is. Profit coming in. Big up. Money every day. Brinks truck getting backed up. Lost 18 cents. Fuck yeah, dude. Yes. Yeah, I need to take some lessons from Alex for sure.
So, anyways, I got home. I still owed the salesman from the last month who had done that huge launch, like all these sales that had happened, and somebody had sold them, right? But I didn't collect the money from it. And so I owed a $22,000 commission check, and I had $23,000 left, and it was on money that I never received. And so, in congruence with the lesson that I had learned from, you know, the clean exit of all these other things, which is like just do right by everyone, and then you won't have any emotional scars that you'll carry with you. And so I wrote the check. Actually, I wired it for $22,000, and I had $1,000 left. And that's when we got home. And I told Layla, you know, everything that I had done. I was like, I have $1,000 left. And we were supposed to launch. She had told her 6 friends to quit their jobs. And we were going to start launching gyms 2 days later on the 26th. And I was like, I have $1,000 and I have a credit card that has a $100,000 limit. I was like, I will do this. I was like, but this could go horribly wrong.
How the fuck? Okay.
So you don't have to stay with me if you don't want to. And that was like, this was the moment for me that I knew I was.
You have a $100,000 credit card limit? You're fine.
I was going to marry Layla. And she said, I would sleep with you under a bridge if it came to that. She's like, we'll get through it. And that was when I was just like, I wanted to like, you know, I would have been teary, but I was so emotionally numb at this point that I just wanted to just like keep moving forward and keep getting through it. And so anyways, 48 hours later, I make all the ads, I set up all the campaigns, all the funnels, all the everythings. And I remember turning the campaigns on for all the 6 locations.
I might be emotionally moved by this if I understood what the fuck was happening.
That we're gonna do is like off to on, off to on, off to on, off to on. And I remember I was sweating. I was literally sweating when this was happening because I just felt such dread. I was like, this could literally just ruin me. Like right now I have no money, but I'm not in debt. And I'm going to be going in debt at a rate of $3,300 per day of money that I do not have. And so anyways, I turned it on and the 6 guys were at the locations. And it was $3,300 a day because I was paying for hotel, airfare, food, car, ad spend, and commissions every single day for 6 guys. And I had $1,000, right? And so it was all coming out of a credit card. And the next 30 days, and we ended up getting canceled by the processor, right? I told you this at the beginning of the story. So I started all this, and I had no way to process money. So these guys are getting leads, they're making calls, they're closing deals, and I can't process the money.
Well, you don't have a fucking PayPal account? He's not that old. How long ago could this have been? You didn't have Square? You didn't have Stripe?
All right. And so, so we're sitting there, right? And these contracts are just coming in, right? And we had them scan them, so we had this mobile app, and we had this central Dropbox, which of course is not PCI compliant. I had no idea what PCI compliance was. And so we had this one lady that we used to work at my gym that I was paying part-time to process this. Mind you, I didn't understand how much work this was, because we were doing like 50 sales a day, right? Between these locations at like $500 a pop. And I was paying someone for part-time 4 hours a day of contract work, which was just insane. It was like,
I'm numb. My mind is numb.
It was probably 2 people's worth of work, and I was paying somebody part-time. That ended up blowing up because she couldn't do that and her full-time job. So, and we didn't even have a way to process the money anyways, right? And so, anyways, I'm calling everybody I know to try and figure out. I was like, hey, can you process this, and then you can keep 10% and just send me the rest of the money? And people were like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. And so no one would process the money for me. And so I called, every person I knew, and then I finally got in touch with a guy named Alex Roy at the time, who specialized in like high-risk processing, which is basically the category I was in at that time. And he said,
somebody help.
KDP just dropped a bag $20 Canadian. Now you win.
Oh man, KDP. KDP is a real legend, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta big it up for KDP. Why the fuck do I keep dropping this? Come here. Dropped it fucking 3 fucking times.
It's all about residual income.
KDP, thank you. KDP, you didn't have to do that. You already bought the merch, but thank you for helping me make good on the 18 cents that I lost. Literally, how do you do that? I had a whole chat support conversation with Printful after that. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So I think I fixed it, but still.
I can get you set up. And I was like, okay, cool. He said, but given the record that you have right now, because you just refunded all those people at the last location, he's like, they're going to want a reserve, which means they keep a certain percentage no matter what. And they're going to put a limit on how much you can charge. And I was like, okay, cool. He said, they'll give you a $50,000 limit. And I was like, dude.
At this point, I'm committed to watching the whole rest of this video just so nobody can say I didn't give it a chance, because this is not making any sense.
I need like 4 times that. And he was like, sorry, man, that's what I can get you. And so the last week of January, all right, so we were doing, we're doing 5, 6, 1,000 a day.
6, 7? What up, Daniela?
In sales, maybe more than that. And I had no way of...
Sorry, you're doing 5, 6 what?
5, 6, 1,000 a day.
5, 6,000 a day, and you're stressed about money. Make it make sense. You're doing $5,000 or $6,000 a day, and you don't have a payment processor. None of this makes sense.
In sales, maybe more than that. And I had no way of processing it, right? And in the last week, I get this processor for $50,000, and I run $50,000 in a day, right? And he's like, okay, here's the good news, is that it's per month. So it was the end of, he's like, so this week you can do 50, and then next week you can do 50. And then I'll see if I can get more lined up, more processors at 50K to allow you to start processing for them. And I was like, okay, fine. So next week we do 50 on that same processor. And then we set up another one, and another one, and I was able to like catch this falling plane as it's going. And we ended up, somehow I think we ended up processing 100 grand actually that first month. I think he got 2 people. He got somebody like the last day of the month, and I processed another 100, another 50 to get 100 for that first month. And then the next month I had 3 processors, so I was able to process 150. And things actually started working out, right? So we did 100,000, which basically just covered my credit card bill, which is doing 3,300 a day, right? So I just boom, I'm back to zero again. But at least I like had a way of getting out of this thing, right? So the next month I think we did 150 or 180. I have the chart in my book, $100 million offers. I can't remember what it was, but it was somewhere in there. And so I processed that February, and we actually had a profit that month. So I was like, holy cow, like I think we made like 30 or 40 grand. And I was like, oh my God, I think we might get out of this, right? But wait, there's more. There's more to the story. It gets worse. And so I think I'm in the home stretch, right? And so then March rolls around. All right. So at this point, people that we had sold in January, we were selling 6-week weight loss programs at local gyms. All of a sudden, I see this massive hit on the bank account for 100 grand. And I was like, whoa, what's going on? What happened? And it turned out that 2 of the facilities that we had launched in January, beginning of March, they told a number of their clients, hey, if you refund, you can just sign up through me, and I'll do it for less. And so we had already paid for the airfare, the flights, hotels, commissions, ad spend for all these sales. So the margin on this was lowish, right? I was probably running 20% margins, and that 100,000 completely wiped out all of the savings that I'd had over the last month or 2.
Wait, why did he lose 100? Why did someone take 100,000? What happened?
They told a number of their clients, hey, if you refund, you can just sign up through me.
Why did you lose 100,000? Why?
It gets worse. And so I think I'm in the home stretch, right? And so then March rolls around, right? So at this point, people that we had sold in January, we were selling 6-week weight loss programs at local gyms. All of a sudden, I see this massive hit on the bank account for $100 grand. And I was like, whoa, what's going on? What happened? And it turned out that 2 of the facilities that we had launched in January, and this is now at end of February, beginning of March, they told a number of their clients, hey, if you refund, you can just sign up through me, and I'll do it for less.
Okay.
And so we'd already paid for the airfare, the flights, hotels, commissions, ad spend for all these sales. So, the margin on this was lowish, right? I was probably running 20% margins. And that 100,000 completely wiped out all of the savings that I'd had over the last month or two, right? And it was actually more than I could even handle. And so we had to sell more to cover the refunds. And so this is where things got even more fun. And I say that sarcastically. So this is what happened next. February, we do more money. March, I know that we have to sell even more. So I hired 2 more sales guys. We do 8 launches that month. And that's to cover the refunds that are starting to come in from January, all right? You can probably see where this is going. The refunds start getting worse. There's more and more and more. It turns out after everything, 35% of all of our sales that we were making were getting refunded, which is an astronomical number that is hard to even comprehend. And it was because we had no control of the fulfillment, right? So we were selling, and other people were filling on contracts that we had sold. And there was a lot of, hey, just refund, sign up through me, don't worry, because we'd be gone, right? We already left the location, and these people were getting fulfilled on contracts. And so we didn't have the relationship with the customer, the business owner did. And so it was a really dumb model from that perspective. I learned, right? One of the lessons I learned there was control. Like you want to control everything end to end. If you want a life lesson. And so anyways, the next month, we have to sell more. And so I think we did 280,000 the next month. And I was like, okay, cool. But all of the excess cash that came from that, from like the profit, went into funding these refunds from the month before. And then refunds just kept going up. And so I knew that in April I was gonna have to sell even more to cover the refunds from February and March. And I felt like I was in a death trap. I was like, I don't know how to get out of this. Like every month I have to sell more to cover the refunds from the month before, but then the cash from these things I'm gonna need to cover the next month and sell even more. And honestly, I had no idea what I was gonna do. And so all of a sudden, Layla at this point, because she still has one foot out the door a little bit because she's like, I don't know about this guy. And so this whole time she'd been living on like $3,000 a month that she was getting from her like online coaching business. So she transitioned her personal training clients to online, and she was doing like $3 grand from that. And I was like, hey, why don't we take the middleman out of this? We know how to smart and sell weight loss. Let's just sell it online. Which, by the way, is a massive transition from doing brick and mortar. But anyways, I was like, I was in absolute desperation. And so I wrote one of the best sales pages of my entire life out of just sheer need. It took me 2 days to write the sales letter, maybe 3, and I didn't even like get up from the computer. I was just writing the sales letter. And so I started running traffic to it, and we started doing $1,000 a day of just online. So it was all margin, right, minus ad spend. And I was like, holy cow, this could work, right? And so we had 8 sales guys, and so I was like, okay, we can tell these guys they don't have to sell at gyms anymore. They can sell from home. They can see their wives, and we can do 8,000 a day. Because if we're doing 1,000 just with her selling, we could do 7, 8 more guys and do 8,000 a day. And so I told the guys the next month, the gyms that were lined up to launch the next month, hey, we're not gonna be doing this anymore. Sorry, we're gonna be going another direction. And they were like, hey man, like we need this. And I was like, sorry man, like it's just I'm not doing that model anymore. And they were like, well, can you show us what you're doing? Because like my friend told me that you signed up like 200 people at his gym in like 3 weeks. And I was like, nah man, sorry. And he was like, dude, please, like. And I was like, I'm not flying out there, man. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. And so anyways, push comes to shove. I was like, fine, I'll show you how to do it. I was like, but I'm not flying out there to save your ass, you can't sell. And he's like, no, it's fine. He was like, well, how much to show me how to do it? And at the time, I picked what was the highest number I could possibly imagine in my head, which was $6,000. And I said that because I didn't want him to say yes. And because I didn't want to do it, I just wanted to move on. Because I was so, hopefully at this point you see how scarred I was by all of these experiences leading up to this. And the guy said, okay. And I looked at the phone and was like, you gotta be kidding me. And I was like, holy crap. And so it was $6,000. And then I had 7 more guys that I was supposed to call, to tell them that I was going to do their launch the next month. And so the next conversation.
Specs, great comment as usual. So he's constantly losing money and making the most money ever, all at the same time, with no POS system and processing refunds every day. I don't even fucking know exactly. Mods, man.
I was like, well, shoot, if I'm going to do it, I guess I have to make it now that I sold one of them, this whole program. Next guy, same conversation with the same way. And he was like, well, how much? And I was like, $8 grand. And he was like, okay. And I was like,
So now he's selling how to do the previous model that was fucking him because it was a 35% refund rate, if I understand this story correctly.
Holy cow. And then every single one after that said yes, and I ended up doing $60,000 in sales in a day. And I looked at Layla and I was like, we might be able to get out of this. And at
how
that
much?
Time, $60,000 in sales in a day.
Okay. If you made $60,000 in a day ever, and then you say we might be able to get out of this, make it make sense.
And I looked at Layla and I was like, we might be able to get out of this. And at that time, as much as people talk about the romantic like vision and strategy and impact and saving lives and all this stuff, like it wasn't any of that. I was just trying to be able to not be in debt and pay the bills that were mounting every single month off. And so I knew that I needed to make like $150,000 in profit in the next like 30 days or so in order for this to work, right? And this was the only way I could do it. And so what I did was I called, those guys, they all bought, and then I called up every gym that we had launched at that point, which was like 32, I think. And I called every one of those guys and was like, hey, you know how we filled your gym up? Want me to show you how I did that? And they were like, yeah, that would be great. That's exactly what we did. And so I ended up doing like $300,000 in sales the next month, selling a digital product, which was actually more like a consulting type thing.
So in the span of 6 months, he went from doing this gym, filling up gyms business to online coaching, fitness something, to then selling the first thing.
And here's what's crazy. The next 30 days, the average gym that used the consulting program, Gym Launch, did $30,000 in collected cash. Not contract.
How much?
Did $30,000 in collected cash, not contract, not anything like that, but $30,000 in sales in the next 30 days. And then that is when everything.
Almost making $2 million a month. We might be able to get by, babe. Yeah. What the fuck? She's not, you know, my girl still wasn't sure of me at this point because I only made $300,000 that month, guys. We've all been there. Sorry. I'm being vulnerable with you guys on camera, you know, bearing my soul, you know, sharing my embarrassing moments with you guys.
Took off like a rocket because every single one of those guys told every person that they knew that was in the gym space, like, dude, I just did this thing and it killed. That was what gave birth to Gym Launch as it became the consulting company, the licensing company, where we license out all the materials, all the ads, all the copy, all the scripts, how to set up the lobbies. And the thing is that when people ask me about this story, and this is, you know, now we're 6 months into 2017 at this point, so I've gone through like the hardest 18 months of my entire life. That is when we just went from, I think we did 100 grand that first, you know, month or last few weeks. Then we did 300, then 480, then 780, then a million, then 1.2, then 1.5, 1.8, 2, 2.2. Like we just grew like a rocket. And a lot of people think it was because of the marketing that.
Okay, can we all agree that if this is even half true, he would have never stopped doing this?
I was running at that point, but it wasn't. There was a lot of it was just a word of mouth, and the actual product worked. You know what I mean? And I use that as an example because, like, right now I launched the book, $100 million offers. It's 99 cents.
You would have never spent the time to write a book. You would have never started a social media campaign, YouTube channel.
With one post on my Instagram, which is not that big of a following. And right now it sells about 1,000 copies a day with no funnels, no ads, no whatever. And it's because the product was good. You know what I mean? People talk if the product's good. And with this product, I was able to charge an egregious amount of money, but it was because we were making people so much money. Like if I gave you a system that made $30,000 on average in the first 30 days, how much is that system worth, right? Most guys charge, you know, for franchises, they'll charge $500,000 for a system that does something like that, right? And I was just charging 16 grand because I was like, holy cow, like, they're going to make double their money in the first 30 days if they just do this, right? And I knew every aspect, every piece of this process because I had done it, not only for my 6 gyms, but for the 30 plus that we had launched. And so like I knew the differences between different markets. I knew how to train sales guys to get them to do it. I knew how to position the offer. I knew how to do the layout of the sales room in the lobby so you can maximize the amount of people that you could sell. I knew how to do the nutrition consultations the next day so you could cover all the ad spend just with product sales, right? Like I knew all these things because I did it. And so I tell this story to illustrate one thing. One is that what you are going through now doesn't mean like your work works on you more than you work on it. I was developing skills, character traits, and beliefs through this entire 3, 4, 5, 6 year period of just eating shit that I did not know was for me. And so we think that the first business, the second business, the 5th business you start is going to be the business that's going to be it for you. But like the journey's long, you know what I mean? And you accumulate these skills and these beliefs and these traits over time, and those become the things. Those are your actual assets, right? The businesses are just manifestations of those assets in reality. And so as these things took off, right, my life radically transformed. And the piece that I get a lot of questions about is like, how can I do what you did in my space or in my niche or my whatever? And the thing is people want to skip the first 5 years of the story, right? The first 5 years was that I didn't sell a course on how to make $10,000 a month from a gym when I had my first gym. I didn't do that when I had a second. I didn't do that when I had a third. I didn't do that when I had a fourth. I didn't do that when I had a fifth. I didn't do that when I had a sixth, right? Because I didn't feel like I was good enough. And it was only, and even then I started doing the launches as the next thing because I wanted to make sure that everyone always got way more value than they paid me, which was zero. They paid me nothing and I would fill their gym, a pretty good deal, right? No risk for them. And so I did that for almost 2 years doing the gym launches, right? Where we fly out, and you already know how that went, which was difficult and hard for me, but I learned so much. I learned how to run a virtual sales team. I learned how to do all these things so that when I did have the next opportunity that lined up for me, we went from 0 to 30 million in the next year in revenue because I accumulated all of these skills and these character traits that I would not otherwise have had. And so a lot of people want to just jump to that part, but they don't have the skills, they don't have the character traits, they don't have the beliefs that align with what they want to achieve. And so I'm a big believer that the foundation that you set is going to dictate the height of the peak of the pyramid that you want to build within your life and the business.
The peak of the what?
That you want to grow. And so most people have a very small foundation. They took a course and then they want to start selling how to, run Facebook ads, right? Or whatever. And so the reality is that they're just not good enough. And that's why. The thing that they have just doesn't work that well, which is why it doesn't make money, which is why they don't make money, right? Because the amount of money that you'll make will be predicted by the value that you provide to the marketplace. That's always what it is. I know this is a longer story, but I think that hopefully it illustrates, one, that the path is not straight. Two, it is fraught with difficulty. And mind you, me telling you the quote end of the story is that like, oh yeah, then everything took off like a rocket.
If he truly had this system, he would have completely revolutionized the gym business to the point that every gym in the world was doing his thing and knew him and attributed their success to him. Dr. Rapp in the chat, I've done tons of works for gyms and a huge company that services gym equipment, and none of them have ever mentioned the name Alex Hormozi.
all of these types of problems, there was different problems that we had to solve then, which is like, how do you double every month and somehow keep up with high quality service and support and train talent while also bringing new people in and keep a culture and all of these things. But at the end of the day, the product brought us so much forgiveness from our customers because they were just all making so much money using the systems that we had laid out, that we were able to build the infrastructure as the plan.
You guys, like, am I being fair, chat? Like, I'm not even projecting my own opinion onto this dude. I'm letting him just talk, and it doesn't make sense. We're all adults here, right? Is this making sense to anybody?
Plane was flying, during the journey. And so, anyways, that was the transition of me going from broke and looking at bankruptcy lawyers to we did $3 million in profit just in the last like 4 or 5 months of that year, and then the next year we did $17 million in profit. And that was because I switched from a service to media, which is no cost of reproduction. So there's significantly higher gross margins on it, which is a better opportunity vehicle.
What the fuck are you talking about? Margins, better opportunity. Before you said that the thing you guys were doing was when you were teaching people. It was basically all profit margin except for the ads. And you're telling me you're making 1.2 million a month or whatever. Who cares how much it costs to run it a month? If you're making that kind of money, why would you ever switch to media? It doesn't make sense. Canman says the type of lying tactic this guy is using is to fill the story with so many details that the viewer will feel like he can't possibly be lying. I talked about this exact phenomenon in my last stream on Thursday when I was talking about JCS Psychology, the YouTube channel that breaks down like murderer interrogation, like police interrogation videos. And it shows how when someone is being honest and they get asked a question like, where were you on September, whatever, they say, I was at work, I was at home. And when someone's lying, they say they have a whole long-winded thing that they go into. That's what this feels like to me.
And what's interesting about this, and I'll hit this because I could probably make a video on this one concept alone, but I think it's worth highlighting, is that when I had my gyms, right, that I had relatively the same skill set, right? I knew how to help people lose weight. I knew how to, I knew how to market. I knew how to sell. I had these locations.
TJ says, I don't think you're being fair unless you have a fact-based claim. Well, I'm letting him make fact-based claims about his own life, and none of it makes sense. So far, it's all just speculation. Yeah, well, he's not giving me much to go off of. You go to his website, it's an opaque guess as to what the companies are that he's acquired or invested in. What's not opaque is the obvious ad targeting that I'm getting in my Instagram and the 21 different variants of ads that he has promoting his paid workshop in Vegas. You know? Big claims require big proof. I haven't made a claim. He's made a bunch of claims. And none of it makes sense.
All of that. From there, I transitioned to a done-for-you sales model, right? And I made more money, right? Now, I had some issues. And it's funny because I could look at that model now and fix it in 2 seconds because it's obvious what I would need to do to change the model. But I didn't do that. But I made more money in terms of revenue.
Yeah, I agree, Andrew. I want to get there too. I want to have like a solid opinion. Andrew says we need to get Marco's take on what category of person he puts Hormozi in. What does Marco think he actually is? Yeah, I'm still struggling to figure it out. All I will say is I'm leaning towards not good because of this babbling.
And in terms of net margins, I was making more, but there was holes in the actual way the model was designed, which is why I had to do with all these other things. And then
even PBD wants this guy to get to the point. The small convo with Graham was very telling. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. Yeah, I should maybe do that, but IDK, also not answer questions directly because none of it makes sense.
Finally, we switched to licensing, code and media, right? And that is where the highest gross margins exist. And so I had the same skills, right? But as my beliefs changed, and my character traits changed and developed, I was able to switch into better and better opportunity vehicles for the same set of skills. And that is what ended up creating the fortune that Layla and I were able to amass in this period of time. And it was because of that transition through different vehicles, repackaging the same skills. And so the first step in this is getting the skills to repackage. And I think most people just want to skip that part, which is the rocky cutscene that every single person that I know is successful does that no one wants to talk about. Every single great big business owner that I know have these years of thankless work where they develop these skills, these traits, and these beliefs that end up setting them free. And everyone wants to just take the one course and think they're going to become a millionaire in 6 months, and it's just not the case. And so many people are far ahead of me in their entrepreneurial journey, than I was in my first 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. And so I tell the story to hopefully give anyone hope who's like 2 years in and isn't making money. It's like, well, multiply that by 3, and then that's about where I started making real.
Jesus fucking Christ, how exhausting. How absolutely exhausting.
All right, I have to tell you about something interesting. Ben, cue the music. Billy of the week. This person's not a Billy, but they're incredibly fascinating to me. So I've been getting just targeted on YouTube like crazy, not from ads, but for like things you also should watch because my first million. There's this guy named Alex Hormozi. Have you seen this person?
Yes, dude. This guy's all over my TikTok feed. I see this buff motherfucker in every TikTok, every other swipe is this guy.
So
who is this guy? What's his story?
I will tell you. He looks like an 80s cop, had a baby with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Long
like,
hair,
he's like
mustache.
Great mustache, and just huge, jacked. Like he looks like a good-looking dude. and very fascinating look. He like right when you see him, he stands out. Ben's pulling up a picture of him. Yeah, I mean he's yoked, and I've been getting these YouTube videos from him everywhere. Like, learn from me, a guy who has a business that's doing nearly $100 million a year in revenue. And I'm like, what? This guy looks like he's 30 years old. And I think he's 31. So let me tell you about this guy. And let me preface this by saying, I think this guy's legit, but it's almost too good to be true. And so I'm like, I wonder what the truth is.
Right.
That's a big red flag.
So, all right. So his name's Alex.
Look at this guy. In the high-ticket internet marketing world, Alex is definitely legit, but admittedly, the whole world is a bit MLM-y, as you guys mentioned.
So basically, he started out when he was like 22, 23. He opened a gym. He scaled that gym to 3 gyms. Still wasn't that good of a business. Met some folks at ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is a little bit multi-level marketing-y, incredibly...
it's not just internet marketing. I wouldn't say multi-level.
It probably attracts, but it's the cousin of it. You know, they all go to the same family reunion.
Thanksgiving together.
Yeah, they all go to the same Mormon church up in Utah. I would guarantee you that. Let's just say they all know how to run a call center. And so anyway, he like learns about that guy, learns about copywriting, and then he meets one of the guys at the company, and he says, "Wait a minute, you're opening gyms? That's a horrible idea. Don't open gyms." He was like, "Your gym's good." He goes, "Yeah, they're really successful, but like the best gym isn't that successful." And they said to him, "Dude, teach people how to open up a gym." So he creates this thing called Gym Launch. And Gym Launch is basically like a course that costs around $20K. I saw somewhere that it was $16K. Then I heard somewhere else that it was $20K. So let's just say $16,000 to $20,000.
This guy has the same chair as me.
And it's like a course, but they like hold your hand and you meet with them like a mastermind. It's a course that teaches gym owners how to improve their gym. And on top of that,
according to the website, it's financial freedom.
Okay.
So it gets a little more sussy. Financial freedom. Okay, this is uploaded in 2022, by the way. Okay, thumbs up the ting, by the way, you guys.
Thumbs up the ting.
It's free to click like and support the stream. It costs you nothing. And TJ, I'm going to bring you in on the Discord after this. I don't care. I know it's been a long stream, but I'm going to bring you into the Discord because apparently you can explain this shit. So let's, okay. Let's continue.
Okay, sorry. It's financial freedom. And he's running these great ads and he's got really good copywriting and he's getting these people to, he's getting his people to improve their gym, whatever.
Hold on, Ben, can you go up to that founder section on the web?
Hold on, TJ, in the chat. TJ said, I understood your POV and I was skeptical of him until I started binge watching his content. Oh, man. Jeez Louise.
I'm sorry, what does that say? We slept on the floor? What does that say? I want to read this.
That's what he says in the story. He was like, I was living in the gym because I didn't have any money.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, I was a former gym owner who slept on the floor of his gym when it was full. I couldn't acquire, serve, and retain enough customers. Over the next 3 years, he became a sponge. He experimented, blah, 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 became great. Now he has Gym Launch. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then from Gym Launch, he launched another company called Prestige Labs. So once he gets these gym owners coming to him, he says, hey, like, buy these supplements too. Like, you should sell supplements at your gym. We did all the work and we know which ones sell best and we're making them. You just go ahead and buy it from us. And then he starts this third company that says, all right,
so far, 2 smart moves, yeah.
Then he starts a third company that says, okay, you've got a gym. One of the things that I told you was that you need more leads. I'm going to create a lead company, which I don't entirely understand what that means, but it's kind of like a marketing company. And somehow maybe they set up your Yelp and set up your Google AdSense, things like that.
Like what they do is you search, gym near me, San Jose. And then they know that the gym owner is not buying that top click on Google and they're going to buy that. They're going to create a search engine. They're going to let you say, put in your zip code. We'll find a gym near you. What's your email? And then they'll pass the gym owner your email or your phone number and say, pay us per person who's interested in a gym near you.
And so collectively, these businesses, these 3 things that I said, are doing in the world of, according to his videos and my research, $70 to $80 million a year. In fact, he just sold one of the businesses, the Gym Launch and supplement business combined. He sold 66% of it for $46 million. And in one of his talks, he says, over the last 5 years, both through the sale of the company as well as dividends, I've paid myself $72 million. And I thought, that is nuts. That is crazy. That is crazy volume.
Yeah.
And this kind of blew my mind.
But there's another business. So his wife has a business, right? Or him and his wife, they have another business, like acquisition.
I don't know, man. This is one of those guys that's just like prolific. He's got a book on Amazon. He's done all this. He's like Steve Bartlett, who you're talking about. He just like has his hands in so much shit. I don't know how it works.
They have something called acquisition.com. I was looking at this the other day because I saw a video on TikTok and I was like, what's up with this? Is this real? I was literally like, it's so funny you did the research on this because I had jotted this down as like, dig in, find out. And so what acquisition.com is basically like, it says, do you want to scale your business? I will 3x the business. I'll 3x the profits of 100 businesses that are doing between 1 and 10 million EBITDA per year that are service-based businesses over the next 5 years. If you want help scaling your company without giving up a majority interest, click the purple button below. And then, yeah, it basically says the same kind of story that you were saying before. And it's like, how do you want to learn from us? Here's my course. Here's my book. Here's my podcast. Here's my my link to join my accelerator or whatever.
But this, I don't know if he's selling a course on acquisition.com or if he's just trying to get leads on small businesses he could buy, because he bought one business and that's a photography business. And I listed the name of it. It's called like something fair. I'll find it. But here it is. Scroll down to the bottom.
Enchanted Fairs?
Yeah.
Oh no, this is the thing we were seeing on Reddit earlier.
Enchanted Fairs. F-A-I.
Enchanted Fairies.
Sorry, Enchanted Fairies. That's like a photography business he bought. Is that crazy though? I mean, this is like a pretty wild enterprise.
Yeah, and he
I gotta Google if this Enchanted Fairies scam. Oh no. $25 sessions, then charge from $800 up to $10,000 for their products. USA Today. Oh no. Deceptive sales practices considered a scam by many customers. Oh no. Shit. Customers sign model releases so they can use their images for their ads. Okay. Enchanted Fairies promises magical photo shoots, but some families say it's far from dreamy. October 2nd, 2023. Okay. They wanted me to work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Okay. 217 sessions. The next day you get an email. Okay. Let me read this. Enchanted Fairy draws scores of complaints. 51 resolved complaints in the last 3 years listened through the Better Business Bureau, with hundreds more in a group chat called Enchanted Fairies Scam Victims. The group has more than 2,000 members. No way. 1 of 5 stars rating. 1 of 5 star ratings. Damn, 1.6 out of 5. Complete scam. This is from April 2025. This is like this year. You win a contest, and have to sit and watch someone talk about how she wants parents to have pictures, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't tell you nor show you how completely, utterly high priced they are. They make you sit and watch another video to see the prices. Because you want a high price machine. Why does the customer need to purchase a $200 photo? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Complaints allege customers are enticed by a $25 booking fee and an offer for a complimentary photo. Then later they're told buying photos will cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. Some photo packages exceed $10K. Complaints also detail high-pressure sales tactics and financing, and some complainants report never receiving their photos at all. Enchanted Fairies has pricing information listed online. Most of our clients invest $1,000 to $3,000. No fucking way. This is like Disneyland level. This is like Disneyland plus levels of prices. How much is it? You know, there's like the princess experience at Disneyland that you can get for like your kid. How much is that? Surely not that much.
He actually has some pretty good stuff. Like I sent to my team, like I send like, I don't know, 20 TikToks out a day, but the 3 people, it's like, this is the, okay, so like I have my friend who I'm like, I can send offensive, funny things. And actually you're in this bucket too, where you're one of the few people that like, I can send something that's like cancel worthy. If you think this is funny, I can send it to you and I can send it to my brother-in-law. And that's what I do. I send it to both of those people. Like, I'll tell you what, this is bad, but it was like, there's this Twitter account I follow that's like a meme account. It's got like 200,000 followers. And he tweeted out, he goes, men's mental health is not important. He follows up tweet. He goes, just get more. that was his tweet. And I'm like, I know I should. It's like a fart joke. It's like I shouldn't think this is funny, but it cracked me up because it's so anti my Silicon Valley timeline, which is just like so super progressive. Everything matters. Everything is justice for everybody. Like, it's nice to just hear like where I'm from in Houston. Like, I went to like a pretty like ghetto school growing up, and like the sense of humor that's like from that, it just like hits home for me.
Just
and
potty jokes.
Yeah, just like, you know, I just find really funny kid stuff. To me, one of the reasons I suspected he's legit is because his advice is actually pretty legit.
Yeah.
And he's not just saying general like motivational quotes. So for example, he was saying something like, he's like, little sales thing that helps. And these are TikToks, right? Those are 10 seconds. You don't have to like invest much in it. It's like, he's like, little sales trick that kind of helps me. Getting somebody to say yes is hard. It's like a commitment. So if I'm like, so would you like to sign up? It's like, let me think about it. Let me get back to you. That's like what you'll get frequently. He's like, I'll ask a no commitment. So I'll say, you know, if we're able to work out the details, would you be opposed to actually signing up with us? And they're like, no, I'm not opposed to that. Like, no, I'm not against it. And actually, this is something that when I heard it, I was like, oh, actually, I've kind of like accidentally done this a couple times. And, you know, that's a good point. There's something there in the psychology. Cool, noted. And like, I'll pick up these little things from him and like 5 other people that are like, you know, in this copywriting, sales, persuasion world. And I just think those are interesting to me. So I actually think this guy is legit for that reason, even though like people look down on like lead gen, they look down on course businesses. Like there's a stigma around course businesses, which is like, oh, you probably couldn't do it. That's why you're selling courses.
Let me clarify how I feel. I think he's legit, and he seems like a decent guy, and he for sure seems like a smart guy. I don't know him well, but he seems like a really nice guy. But he's in a shady industry. Not a shady industry. He's in an industry with a lot of shady people. Not that.
You know, if the only redeeming thing you can confidently say is that he seems like a nice guy, I mean, every MLMer is a nice guy.
He's shady, but supplements and like selling this type of stuff
Supplements,
is
courses, yeah.
Yeah, not of course. I don't know if he's shady. I'm just saying there are shady people, and also it's a $20,000 course, and I frankly don't.
20,000. Okay, there's the business right there.
Like I've got the chutzpah to sell that to someone on the phone.
Yeah.
That's really bold, and frankly, I find that to be challenging. So I wouldn't say that I think he's shady. I'm just saying that like that world has a lot of players who are.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why when Graham asked why he didn't put the companies on his website, and he said because they might do dumb things, he probably already knew that the company was scamming. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I don't think you said anything negative. I think we were actually quite complimentary towards him. But okay, I like that.
All right, the moment of truth. Get in here, TJ. Get in the Discord. Jump in Discord voice chat, and let's see. Are you in there? Go, join the opportunity call. Okay, he's in there. Am I in there is the question. It says I am. Let's see. Headphones. Am I hearing it? Output, yes. Test. Yeah, I can, but hold on. You're not patched into the audio. Like people can't hear you. Hold on. Discord. All right, give me like a test.
Test. Can you hear me?
All right, people can hear TJ. Okay, firstly, TJ.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Why were you trolling me or rage baiting me? Which you claim.
Okay, listen. Let me explain myself.
Because people love to say they're just trolling, and then people love to say they're just trolling after I call them out.
No, I mean that's totally fair. Listen, I saw your title that says, "Is Alex Hormozi a scammer?"
Yep.
And I was like,
it's a
"Great."
question. Mind you, it's a question. Yep.
Which is, it's totally fair, right? You're doing an investigation live, and I didn't know that. So I came in, I'm like, "Great, what's the story? What's the scoop? Like, tell me something I don't know because I've been watching this guy for years, and I can't put it together what exactly is his big scam or grift or whatever." And so I thought maybe you have the story, and then I'm like, oh, so he knows less than I know about Hormozi. You know what I mean? So
well, dude,
I don't mean to be.
If I titled
I didn't
the
mean to be a
stream,
dick. I was just,
Okay, well, look. If I titled the stream "Alex Hormozi is a scammer," that would be a different story. And then you came in and you saw I didn't know anything about him. That would be a valid time to say, well, you didn't do any preparation. But I asked a question because it's a question I'm curious about myself.
No, I came in with the expectation that maybe you knew, and I was maybe a little bit disappointed, and so I was trolling a bit, but it's all in good fun. I'm a big fan of yours. I've been watching since 2021. It's not that I haven't ever left a comment. I'm pretty sure I've left comments. I just watched your PBD stream. I thought that was hilarious, by the way. I love that. And
thanks, man.
I love CoffeeZilla. I love Spencer. I like this whole space, and if I came off as like a troll or mean or like a Hormozi simp, that's not who I am. So
okay, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what I'm not understanding about Alex Hormozi. I can't seem to understand or figure out how he makes his money aside from selling these workshops.
Well, I'm not really sure either, to be honest with you. I would say from what I know, all I know is what I've seen of him, right? And I've clicked on every video that says, is Alex Hormozi a scammer? Is he a hustler? Is he a fake guru? Is he grifting? And none of them really come up with anything solid or concrete, right? It's like with PBD, we know. With Grant Cardone, we know. With Ty Lopez, we know, right? Like there's no debate about it. But with Hormozi, it's like the more I watch of his stuff, the more I find it actionable and useful, and the more I like him.
Okay, let me say this. Here's sort of the through line that I'm drawing, because these examples you bring up, Grant Cardone, PBD, Ty Lopez, I actually think those are good comparisons, because what those guys all have done is say, I made my money off of, insert the thing. Patrick will say insurance, but actually it's an MLM. Grant Cardone will say it's real estate, but really it's questionable investments and courses and whatever else. Ty Lopez will also say it's real estate, but really it's just courses and grifting. So these are all guys who are telling you that they have success in something that most people, in an industry that most people have no knowledge about. Real estate, insurance, most people don't know the inner workings or the nooks and crannies of these sort of businesses. Then Alex comes along and sort of does the same thing in my opinion, where he's like, I made my money private equity, venture capital. Well,
right.
Nobody knows what those, less people know what venture capital and private equity are than even people who know what real estate investing is. So,
Right.
and in all of these cases, I would ask all of them the same thing. Okay, Ty Lopez, what properties do you own? What investments did you do? What deals did you do? Alex, what companies have you acquired? He doesn't even show the ones on his website. In that Graham Stephan clip we watched, Graham's asking, why don't you show who you've worked with?
Okay.
Oh, well, blah, 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 Instagram.
No, I would say that's a totally fair criticism. I looked it up. I think I posted a link a bunch of times in your chat, but of course, like you said, the link comes up as spam, so you can't see it. I think it's ventures.acquisition.com.
Okay, I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah. So there's like 11 portfolio companies on there, and then there's like another 12 that you don't know. And I'm always in your guys' camp in like, I want to be skeptical and I want to see, because I'm but it's a very complex problem, and it's polluted with scam artists because you can make way more money selling the supplements that don't work versus like recommending the medication, right?
Right. By the way,
So
you cut out for a second for the people. I just wanted to say, he said he's starting his own company and he's in hair loss. He has an offer around hair loss. So go ahead.
Education. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I sell a PDF, right? And so you guys probably all think I'm a scammer because I'm selling information, but I'm trying to be an antidote to that, at least in my industry, where people sell these magic shampoos or serums or DHT blocking supplements that are like 1/10 as effective as the thing that costs, they're 1/10 as effective and they cost 10 times more, because obviously you can make a lot more margin selling supplements than if you were a doctor prescribing medication. And hair loss is like really simple. It's cut and dry. There's like 2 medications that are FDA approved. They have decades of research, right? And they work. But the problem is people are afraid of them because there's a lot of fear mongering. The fear mongering is easy to, it's easy to manipulate people and to sell them a natural solution, but the natural solution costs way more and they keep losing hair. So that's kind of my position. I mean, I would love to do what you do. I think what you do is really awesome. Like, I love CoffeeZilla and Spencer Cornelia. I considered starting a channel like doing these kind of exposés, but then I looked at it and I said, well, it's not really a business. You can't, because you're not solving a problem. It's really hard to grow, you know, like to CoffeeZilla's size where he has like a huge Patreon and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, so, well, a couple things. Firstly, when it comes to Alex Hormozi, my sort of understanding of your affinity towards him is that he gives good business advice, but I'm sure you can cherry pick good business advice that Patrick Bet-David and Ty Lopez have given too.
Yeah,
it's sort of part of
yeah.
It's sort of part of the facade, if you will. Not necessarily the facade, but it's sort of the part of how they build the trust, like getting people to know, like, and trust them or whatever, you know? So hold on, I'm trying to bring up this thing.
So what is like the core of your criticism of Hormozi is that it's opaque in that he has this amazing, like incredible backstory where he was like sleeping on the floor of his gym and he was filling up all these gyms, and then he becomes like a millionaire in like a few years, and then he sells the company for 50 million, but we've like never heard of Gym Launch or Allen or what is the supplement brand? I forget what it's called.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't even remember.
Prestige Labs, right? No, I mean, I have the same exact skepticism that you guys all do, and I think that's totally fair. You know, at the end of the day, like, he sells a few books and then he sells like a $5,000 seminar, but then you can watch the clips for free, post them on YouTube. And I find the advice to be super valuable. I find it to be super impressive when a guy can like stand on stage and take questions from business owners that are making a few $1,000,000 a year, and then in like 20 different industries, and he just like rattles off answers really, really fast. And it's clear like he understands the subject matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to speak authoritatively on this stuff, you know? So I've looked for the whole Alex Hormozi exposed, like how is he grifting, how is he lying? And I can't really find it, man. But if
Okay.
you have it, if there's a thread, I don't know what is up with the enlightened fairies thing. That to me does look really shady. So I think if there's a story there, that would probably be where I would start if I were doing this story.
Okay, well here's the website you told me to go to, ventures.acquisition.com. So this is supposedly showing which companies they've invested in.
Right.
So I've heard of School and I've heard of Stan. I haven't heard of any of these other ones. EHR for mental health clinics, lifestyle benefits for modern employers. Okay, let's check this one out. June is the modern and flexible lifestyle spending account that achieves better utilization. Easiest way to reimburse employees. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's maybe one of these chicken and the egg situations. I call it the pyramid paradox, where in MLMs, you have these guys who talk about being successful businessmen, but they're actually just lying to try to get convince other people to give them their money. And then once they have that money, they actually do invest in legitimate businesses, at which point they are a legitimate businessman, but they did it off the strength of being a scammer, if that makes sense. So they're sort of washing the money. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Godfather 3, where like Michael Corleone is investing in, or even in Scarface, you know, he opens up a salon for his sister. He opens up a whatever construction company. So it's sort of like, yeah, you're a legit businessman, but it's off. You're hoping we wouldn't notice how we got to this point.
Yeah, selling the sale, selling the dream, selling the idea of like getting rich quick. Yeah,
for sure. Totally. And in Alex's that video we just watched with those two guys on their podcast, it showed that on the copy of Alex's earlier website, the gym launch thing, it said financial freedom. He was selling financial freedom. And now, so perhaps it is at the point where now he is an investor and he does have this venture capital or whatever. But that's sort of like, you know, I wouldn't defend Patrick Bet-David on the grounds that, yeah, he has a legitimate marketing company or a legitimate, you know, entertainment company, podcast, whatever, because I know, you know, what's beneath that. So I don't know. Something just seems fishy to me. And like I said, I'm sure you can find legitimate advice, good advice from all of these guys you named. Grant Cardone, I'm sure, has had good advice. Ty Lopez, Patrick Bet-David. But when it's that hard to
Kobe, Jordan, Michael.
Yeah, when it's that hard to explain what you do, like, did you watch the stream that I did
I think I understand what Alex Hormozi does. I think I have a pretty good understanding what he's done.
Okay. Did you watch the stream I did last week where it was about, I was reacting to the DJ Vlad Patrick Bet-David interview?
No, I did see I haven't seen that. I did see the Halloween stream and I thought that was like one of your best streams ever. That was so funny, dude.
Yeah, thanks, man. Me too. That was the slept on one. But anyways, I was reacting to this DJ Vlad Patrick Bet-David interview, and DJ Vlad simply asked him, "So what do you do?" And he goes into this, all right, let's say I meet him. I ask him, what do you do for a living? How much are you making? What do you want to do? What's your it's like he's just
I grew up in Iran.
Yeah, he's just a bullshitter. He's just a bullshitter. So
totally. I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of getting the same vibes from Alex Hormozi when he's doing that 30-minute video we reacted to, and he's just babbling.
Right.
You can't deny that.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, the more that I listen to Alex, the more everything kind of comes into place and makes sense to me. And whereas, like, let's say the more that you watch Grant Cardone, I used to be in a Grant Cardone like 10 years ago when I started. The more I watched of his stuff, like the more it didn't make sense. And the more I remember listening to one of his ebooks one time, he was like, you got to just work harder. You got to get up. And I turned it off. I was like, all right. So basically his book, like Sell or Be Sold, is the same as like the 10X rule, is the same as like every other bullshit book. You know what I mean? But with Hormozi, I feel like it is really actionable advice that you could put to use and use it. And it's the same thing that the other two callers said. Like the other two callers had both, like me, I was into MLM. I was in Vima, right, back in 2009. I was also in a cult. I've been scammed. I've been a victim of these schemes, right? But that doesn't mean I want to give up on my dreams and like not be a successful business person. And I think you can be ethical and sell an ethical product. And I want to prove that it's possible, at least to myself, that I can go into an industry like hair loss that's super scammy and educate people and be the bridge between, you know, those billion-dollar companies like Keeps and Hims and Row and Happy Head that sell the treatments that work, right? And the ignorant customer, because this is a very ignorant customer base, and they're very fearful, and they don't understand how the science of hair loss works. And I kind of want to be the bridge between that. And I know that's not the question you asked, but that's just kind of like my perspective and where I come from personally.
Okay, let me ask you this. How are you gonna, or how are you planning to implement, you know, some of the wisdom you've learned from Alex Hormozi into your business? I'm curious to hear about that.
Okay, so he has a book called $100 Million Leads, right?
Sure.
Now, I've listened to probably hundreds of hours of Hormozi, and I've just given him like my first bit of money, which was a credit on Audible. So it's really hard to say that I'm like a Hormozi simp, and I definitely have been like a victim of different grifters and scam artists in the past. But in terms of the Hormozi stuff, so the $100 Million Leads book, he talks about 4 main methods to produce leads, right? Not exactly sales, but leads for your business.
Sure.
There's cold outreach, which is reaching out to people who you don't know. There's warm outreach, which is reaching out to people who you do know, who either subscribe to your list or it's your friends and family. There's posting organic content. And then there's running paid ads. And then there's also affiliates. I guess you could put, so it's outreach, affiliates, paid ads, and organic. And so for me personally, I've got a $27 product, right? Now, if I started to run ads, it would probably cost me at least $25, if not $50, to acquire a customer, right? So that means I have to have a couple other offerings on top of that. So if they buy my original book, which is basically about the scam hair loss ecosystem, then I can upsell them a manual, which is like, where do you get the medications? And like, nobody has put together like a customer's buyer's guide to sourcing different medications. Like nobody has compared all of the different offerings from all these different companies as far as the price, the vehicle, going through the quiz funnel and stuff like that. So I want to offer that. And then I would offer, that would be like the done with you, right? So do it yourself, do it done with you, done for you. And then I would offer a consult, and that's like a one-on-one session.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm still at the point where I haven't posted my first piece of content, but I just recorded. I got an editor now. I just recorded my first couple reels. I'm new to this stuff, you know. I'm not like you. I've been on the internet for years and years, but I'm working on it. I've got a product. I've got like a set of like sales arguments, right? Like I have my my worldview, and exactly. And I have my But I'm going to start posting organic content. So to answer your question, I'm going to start posting organic content until I build an audience of a few thousand people, get some sales, add the upsells, and then start running paid ads.
Got it. Okay, hold on. Do you have a second? Can you hold on 1 second? Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting for me. Oh shit, hold on. I had him deafened. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry,
okay, good.
Let me mute the stream.
All good. Okay, so let me ask you this. So how is it with your PDF that this is the one you're selling for $27, is that right?
Yeah, do you want to check out my website? It's lazykingLabs.com.
Okay, sure, I'll do it. Lazy
And
King.
you can tell
Maybe-
my sales copy is very much in the vein of like where we come from, right? With you see just read my headline. Save your hair without getting scammed.
Okay, here we go. Let me bring it up here. Stop hair loss.
Bring it
okay,
up.
here. Yeah, I'll pull it up. You finangled your way into a free advertisement, it seems, on my stream. So okay, let's look.
I'm probably not going to sell it. Not to this chat, not to this audience. It's pretty skeptical.
Okay, well, hey, maybe I can give you some advice that helps your business that doesn't cost you $20,000.
For sure.
Okay, so
That's fair.
so we have the ebook Stop Hair Loss Without Getting Scammed. Okay, so first, let me ask you the first question about this. So, is there? I mean, without getting scammed, sort of jumps out to me because are people getting scammed when it comes to hair loss, and if so, how?
Absolutely, 100%. Because people don't understand the science, and they don't understand that these real proven treatments work. Because there's a small group of people that have side effects, they use that. The companies that sell the natural supplements, the serums, the shampoos, the red light helmets, there's people out there selling $2,000 red light helmets claiming that that will regrow your hair. And what these companies do is they use cherry-picked data, they use cherry-picked scientific studies, and they say, look, see, it's scientifically proven, it's clinically proven, right? But the study will have a 40-person sample size. It'll be 3 to 6 months, right? And with finasteride and minoxidil, these FDA-proven treatments that we have that are the best treatments that we have for now, right? They have decades and decades of meta-analyses, right? Which is like the highest level of science. Meta-analysis is like a study of studies, right? Peer-reviewed, randomized, controlled, double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized studies, right?
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, but basically, instead of somebody selling you some bullshit snake oil pill, you're giving them the proper proven advice, yeah?
Exactly, correct.
Okay,
FDA proven, yeah.
So
FDA
I mean,
approved.
I've never taken them, but I know about finasteride and minoxidil.
Yeah, you have a great hairline, by the way.
I had a hair transplant.
Oh, you did?
I had a hair transplant like 5 years ago. You wouldn't be
Wow.
able to tell. If you saw a picture of me 5 years ago, you wouldn't even be able to tell. But ever since I was a baby, I had my hairline didn't go straight across. It went like straight across, and then I had like sort of a reverse widow's peak in the middle where it sort of went up. So it was sort of like, you know, I wasn't balding, thankfully. But I just always sort of wanted my hairline to go perfectly straight across. So I had a very small hair transplant. It was maybe like 100 grafts. So they they took it from the back of my head and they put it in the front of my head. And so, okay, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I know a little bit about this. I know about finasteride. I know about minoxidil. I know about the hair transplant process. What could you possibly tell? I mean, isn't that really all there is to it? Why would I pay $27?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. Well, you may know that, but not everybody in the market knows. Well,
But can't I
think that-
Google? I'm losing my hair.
Yeah.
Chat
What do you think you're
GPT.
gonna? Yeah, no, that's a great point. What do you think is gonna happen if you start Googling and looking for solutions? You're gonna go to Reddit. You're gonna go to forums. You're gonna go to whoever's ranking at the top. Who do you think's ranking? It's either gonna be Keeps, Hims, Happy Head, Row. Those are legit companies. They sell legit medications, or it's gonna be some of these supplement snake oil salesmen like Adagen, like Clean Slate Care, like Hair Guard, who I fucking hate. I can't stand that guy. Hair Guard. You should go watch this presentation. He says that the cause of baldness is blood flow and poor circulation. And guess what his solution is? His solution is a $400 blood flow band. And he says, oh, the companies are scamming people because they sell subscriptions. But then he sells subscriptions. So he has like a 1 hour presentation. It's viral right now. He's running tons of ads. So it's like, I'm competing. I sell a $27 PDF, right? I'm competing with a guy who sells a $400 blood flow band who has a viral video where it's a sales presentation. It's a VSL. You can check it out on YouTube. It's called Hair Loss Industry Exposed. And it's just a total fraud. It's a total lie. What he does is he posts his opinion. He cherry picks a bunch of data, a bunch of studies. He posts his opinion and he says, oh, this is what causes hair loss. It's the hair loss cascade. It's totally made up. It's just his opinion. It's not based on proven science.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think we get the point. So let me ask you this. Without giving away your secret sauce, because obviously you've put work into this to charge $27 for it. But Andrew, who was in the call earlier, he asked, is there anything that you teach in the guide, basically, aside from telling people just go on finasteride.
No, I mean, that's pretty much it. But it's a bit more complex than it is, isn't it? Because if it were so easy, then why do bald men exist? Why do men go bald if it's so easy for them to just treat it? Can you answer that question to me? Like, have you seen Chris Bumstead's hair transplant? Have you seen Greg Doucette's hair transplant?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Did we get cut off? I feel like the audio went out. I couldn't hear you for a second.
No, you're good.
So there's an entire industry. That's what I like. If you read the sales page, right? I identified 4 different factions of hair loss grifters, right? You have the DHT maxers, people like Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan's literal advice to you is finasteride is going to kill your libido. It's going to chemically castrate you, and you're better off to just shave it. Do you think that's good advice for a 19-year-old kid who's struggling with his hair loss and he's afraid to take a medication, even though it's proven, even though the side effect profile is 1 to 2%?
Okay, I get it. So yeah, there's a lot of people that you're helping to stay away from the scammers and the
Exactly.
whatever it was, the blood flow band and whatever. But explain to me the other thing you touched on briefly. Okay, so I'm gonna buy this. It's $27, and that gives me the information that I need. What's the next step up from this? Here you have the guide. This is $17 a month. So you mentioned having
No.
one.
It's $27 one time. Sorry, that's not
Oh,
clear.
you haven't
If you
updated that
see-
yet.
No, if you see medications sold separately through your pharmacy
Okay.
or telehealth provider. So what I'm doing is I'm comparing the total cost of getting scammed. So first of all, if you look up minoxidil on Amazon, you'll see it's the first thing that'll come up is a supplement called Nutrafol. Do you know what Nutrafol is?
No.
Okay, so Nutrafol, remember you asked me, oh, why would I pay you $27? Well, because people are going to Amazon and they're buying Nutrafol. It costs $88 a month for a supplement. Do you know what's in Nutrafol?
No.
It's saw palmetto. Do you know what saw palmetto is?
Nope.
I see you like my my graphics. Saw palmetto is basically a quote unquote natural version of a DHT blocker like finasteride, right? So, but it doesn't work. It's 1/10 of as effective and it's 10 times the cost, right? And so listen, I got a bottle of finasteride for $20 for a year's supply. Now, that's way less than most people pay. Most people pay, let's say, 20 to 30, which I think is fair. But, you know, if you compare that to the cost of Nutrafol, to a laser light helmet, to clean slate care shampoo, to a microneedling device, that's another thing. Everybody's doing microneedling and poking holes in their scalp. They don't know why. It's just based on very flimsy research.
Sure.
It's
Okay,
actually not
hold
good
on.
for you.
You don't have to sell me on it. It's clear that you have a lot of knowledge on this topic.
Thank you, I appreciate
explain to me the other. There was like the done for you, which is the guide. The done with you. So how does somebody? You mentioned people booking consults with you, right? So beyond this, like let's say I've spent the $27 on this.
Right.
Why am I going to book a call with you or a consult?
Well, first of all, you don't have to.
No,
First
I'm
of all,
just
you don't
saying. I'm just sort of trying to like
no.
stress
What's the
test
value?
the business
Yeah,
hypothetically,
totally.
right?
Well, think of yourself, if you're a businessman and you're making a good income and you have disposable income, and hair loss is like a very complex problem for you, and like 20 different people, 20 different influencers are constantly targeting you, trying to tell you what to do. You see all these different ads. There's all these different companies that have different quiz funnels. They're trying to sell you, if you want to know what topical dutasteride versus oral dutasteride versus topical finasteride versus oral finasteride. You want to know about minoxidil, tretinoin, does that help the absorption? Microneedling, should I do that? You see how a very simple solution can become a very complex problem?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So wouldn't you, if you had the money, wouldn't you want to just pay to have that problem solved for you? And I could come up with a custom, plan for you based on, where you're at in terms of your hair loss, like when that makes sense.
Right, but you can't prescribe me anything.
No, of course not. But I can help push you in the right direction. Now, let's talk about the whole doctor.
Oh, wait.
thing.
Let me jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if I'm this avatar that you described, like I have money and I'm willing to just throw money at the problem to get rid of it, why am I not just going to go straight to my doctor and ask him if I should take minoxidil or finasteride or get a hair transplant?
Do you think that doctors give good advice when it comes to this subject? Do you think that they're knowledgeable?
Well, I think hair loss is probably one of those things that's a bit more universal, right? It's not like
you would think.
It's not as unique person to person. If I mean, even without the doctor, I'm sure I could go to ChatGPT and say, "Hey, ChatGPT, I'm a 29-year-old male and I'm starting to go bald. What's the best, most proven thing for me to do? Finasteride, minoxidil, hair transplant."
And where do you think ChatGPT gets the data from?
Whatever the peer-reviewed studies or the verified studies are. That,
you would think maybe it just gets it from the #1 top ranked thing on Google. That's a good question.
Maybe, but honestly, I'm going to be honest. I've heard of finasteride and minoxidil, and I don't disbelieve you that this is like a industry rife with like scammers and people trying to sell you a snake oil or like bullshit, Temu blood flow thing. But I've never seen one of those ads personally, and I've had a hair transplant. I've never seen any of the ads you're talking about people trying to sell
clean
the red
slate
light.
hair.
No, the red light helmet, anything like that. I have seen ads for finasteride and minoxidil though, so I just don't know if this is like I like what you're trying to do. I like what you're trying to. You're obviously tackling a problem that people have. However, I'm just not sure. I mean, becoming somebody who's like an authority in the hair loss space is definitely going to be something that you want to do. Like you're going to want to build a social media presence and have videos being like, no, the red light helmet isn't going to do it, or no, the blood flow band isn't going to do it, whatever. But I'm just trying to figure out like why. Okay, let's say somebody pays for the guide.
Yeah.
I'm guessing all the info, like you've obviously done a ton of work on this landing page. I'm guessing that the information that I really need is in there. No, like why would I need beyond this? Why would like somebody who's gonna book a consult with you? Surely they're just gonna buy this first, right? Or are you anticipating that they're gonna buy this and then also book the consult with you?
Well, like I said, 3 tiers, right? Do it yourself, done with you, and done for you. Right? So the consult is done for you.
Sure.
The next piece will be the upsell, which is the manual.
Well, hold on.
The manual,
the guide is the one that's done for you. The call would be done
guide
with
is,
you, right?
The guide is done. Do it yourself. That's the front end. $27.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the upsell is going to be anywhere from like 50 to 100, probably like 60, $70. That's going to be a consumer reports guide comparing all the big brands and companies, as well as compounding pharmacies that a lot of people don't know. There's pharmacies that you could go to, like Empower Pharmacy, for example, is one, where you can call in a prescription and say, I would like a blend of topical minoxidil, 8% or 10%, tretinoin, and topical finasteride. And you can get that at your leisure instead of being locked into a subscription, right? And you can have it delivered to you.
Question: Is this does this run the risk of being like you committing some sort of like medical advice? I know it's cosmetic. I know it's mostly cosmetic, right? But still.
I'll have to cross that bridge when I come to it. I don't think so. I think as long as I stick to the facts and the research and I don't, make any claims, any like outright, because you don't see like, is anywhere in my funnel do I say, oh, you're going to grow your hair back in 6 months, guaranteed, or your money, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Sure. So tell me
or there's no possibility that you'll ever get side effects. Like I wouldn't make that claim because there is a possibility that you'll get.
But what about during the consult? Like if I'm on a Zoom call with you and like, how are you not committing some sort of medical impropriety if you're telling me that you think I should go on? Like, I guess you could just say it's your opinion, right?
Well, how is it any different than health coaching? Or supplements? Supplements, what, $100 billion industry, totally unregulated.
Well,
because you can make all kinds of claims.
Because
I'm recommending them to take medication. That's correct.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, think of it like this. I mean, those companies like Hims, Keeps, Happy Head, Row, etc. I mean, those companies, they don't even have a doctor seeing you, right? They have some sort of medical oversight or authority to be able to prescribe medication, but I'm not prescribing medication. I'm just giving them advice.
Got it. Okay, so what's the third tier? You have the guide for $27. You've got the call, which will be around $70, $100, whatever. And then what's next?
No, the third tier is the one-on-one consult. So done with you is the manual, which is the sourcing manual, comparing 20 different DTC brands. And
is that what I'm looking at right here? This guide?
No, you're looking at the guide. That's the front end.
This is $27.
That's the guide, yeah. The manual is the upsell.
Oh, there's a manual okay, sorry, I was using the term interchangeably. So there's something beyond this. Can I look at that or is that not out yet?
It doesn't exist yet.
Okay,
It's
so
only
what's the difference between that and this? This seems like it has a lot of information in here.
It does have a lot of information. I worked really hard on it, and I think that I created something that didn't exist in the marketplace before me. And as you can see, there's lots of memes and there's, colorful. It's supposed to be fun too. It's supposed to be, you learn, you get educated, and you get a laugh too. And as you can see, like all those guys, those testimonials, those are real testimonials, guys that I reached out to on Reddit who did the same protocol that I'm recommending.
So my question is, what's the difference between what's going on in this guide and what's going on in the, you said manual, right?
Yeah. So the guide is like an intro to the ecosystem, exposes the ecosystem. If you want to go through the chapters, I can go through the chapters.
You said it exposes the ecosystem?
Yeah. I think there's a table of contents on there. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me pull up the document. Yeah. So the front end guide basically just talks about all the different scams, right? We talk about the 4 factions of grifters. We talk about the snake oil salesmen that keep you bald and broke. We talk about the tech bros, right? We talk about the DHT maxers, the guys who want you to just, get on steroids and shave your head, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of an intro to the ecosystem. And at the end, there is a protocol, right? It's pretty brief. It doesn't get into like the oral versus topical. And so that's what the second book is. The second book is very scientific, and it's just a more deep dive on hair loss.
Okay, so it's basically more info about not getting scammed and the science behind actually.
It's where to buy your medication. It's going to be the first Consumer Reports guide on hair loss products.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want, I can read off the chapters of the table of contents.
No. Well, okay. So I get an idea, like how much is that, or do you not know yet?
Yeah, no. The upsell is your chat is so funny. The upsell is going to be about $67. So all in total, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all in total, let's say if a guy, and I'm going to do like a hair transplant guide that's going to be like an order bump and maybe, one other thing. So like all in total, let's say you bought everything from me that I'm offering, you'd spend $250 plus the cost of your medication. Is it worth it to keep your hair, to like solve one of the most painful problems you'll ever deal with as a man? You're losing confidence, you're losing hair, you're losing your identity. It's part of your face. It's something that you grew up with as a young man. And as you get into your 20s and your 30s, you start to lose hair. And because of how confusing and difficult the problem is.
You're pitching right now. Look, I know. I think
I'm passionate about it. I love what I do. I believe in what I'm
you're addressing something that's a real problem. I had a hair transplant. Friends of mine take finasteride and minoxidil. I know it well. So you don't have to, I don't think anybody is questioning whether this is something that people need. I think there's 2 potential hangups. One being, why are you the guy to listen to? And 2 being, why am I going to continue to pay beyond even this guide? Like, I just don't understand. Like, you're going against,
a great question.
You're going against all of these scammers who are selling you the expensive, blood flow band and whatever, right? But if somebody is going to be the ideal customer for you, they're paying you $27 for a guide, plus another $6-7 for a manual, plus another potentially $100 for a one-on-one call. That's what I don't understand, is like why someone is. Why would they? Especially when.
And why would they trust me?
Forget it. Let's say they trust you. Let's say I've seen your Instagram content and I trust you, and obviously you know what you're talking about. Why am I going to, after I've got the guide with all the information that I need, because I wasn't sure about the other sources that I looked at, if I got your guide and you've sourced all of your information and I know it's reputable, boom, now I have the key of where to go and what to do to fix my hair loss problem. Why would I buy the manual? Why would I buy the consult?
Well, you don't have to. I'm happy that if you bought my front end product, or if you just watch my free content and it like made a light bulb click on for you because I, made fun of some of these factions, and then you watch some of their content and you were like, oh shit, that makes perfect sense. These guys are just lying about the side effects of finasteride to sell the shampoos, serums, microneedling, and laser light helmets, right? If you just did that, if you didn't pay me anything, I'd be totally happy for you. I'm just a one
and done customer, right?
Yeah, well, no, that's a good question. Like, how do you grow the business beyond just the education products? Because you graduate from education, right? So, you know,
Well,
in the
no, I
future,
mean,
maybe.
there's new people going bald every day. I don't think it's a
Yeah.
problem. I don't think it's a problem that you have that a customer is a one and done customer. I don't think it's even a problem, to be honest. My thing is
Your
just
chat
like
is so funny, dude.
I wasn't seeing it. My whole
Your
thing
chat is going hard on me, dude. I'll take questions.
Well, I think I want you to make money and I want you to be successful. That's why I'm sort of trying to
Thank you.
trying to
Appreciate
grill this essentially. Thank you, Williams. Therapy tips for autism. Thank you, Williams. Loves to learn. Appreciate you. Thank you for that.
Thank you,
Appreciate
William.
that. Okay, so my thing is just like once I've gotten the information, and I know your answer was, well, you don't have to buy the consult.
Yes,
with me.
yes, yes.
But why would somebody
Ask
buy the consult?
Oh, is someone coming on to ask a question?
That's
Why
I
would
don't
somebody
know.
buy a console to collapse time, to speed up the process, right? You can read the guide. The guide is going to give you a protocol, and then you on your own. That's why I call it do it yourself. You on your own go seek out the companies, or seek out a local dermatologist to prescribe you finasteride or to get it delivered to your door from one of these DTC brands. Do it yourself, right? Then the manual. The manual is going to be the first ever consumer buyer's guide to hair loss, right? Nobody has done this before. Nobody has compared every single company and gone through all of their offerings, the different products that they sell, the vehicles that they use, whether it's propylene glycol or whether it's a gel system. Nobody has reviewed any of these gels because they can all just make marketing claims. Oh, we have a patented Siloxis gel.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go review that.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get it.
Come on.
Look, it's clear that you have a lot of knowledge on this. I think you actually could. I think you actually could do a YouTube channel or at least make vertical like short form content.
Yeah, I'm starting to.
You know, reacting to people who are selling the bullshit things, or you know, my whole thing. There's many people who talk about scammers. Coffeezilla for a long time, his niche was like crypto. My niche is multi-level marketing. Your niche could be hair loss, and you could even expand out further to talk about just like general health scammers. And I don't know if you've thought about this or if there's some. I forget the name of the company, but there's some company that sells like a finasteride and minoxidil. Maybe they have some affiliate program that you can also. You know, you can be like an ambassador for them or something.
I want to be like the top authoritative guy who reviews all of them unbiasedly and doesn't just glaze them so he can get partnerships, but I want to review them and rank them and say, these are my top 3 picks, right? For this is who you should order your medications from. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm
I
not
talk
sure
about,
if,
I talk about that in chapter 4 of the book, Snake Oil Watch List, the miracle cures draining your wallet. That's what I talk about.
I'm not sure if I mean, this sounds like it could even be an interesting like book where you're talking about how there's a whole industry. Certainly it could be a good documentary where you're exposing like there's a whole industry of people who are just out to scam when it comes to hair loss because they're taking advantage of people's insecurity of losing their hair. I don't know though, and I hope it is successful, but I don't know if this is like the 3 things that you have, the 3 levels to it. I don't know if that's the way, because I feel like the real bottleneck for you is like after people get the guide, or even if they get the information for free from some of your content or someone else's content, I just don't see somebody being like, okay, well, let me just be super sure and get on a call with this guy.
Yeah. Well,
to implement
it's not, I don't expect, I mean, clearly, you know, in marketing, you know, you run ads, right? A certain amount of people who see your ad click, and then a certain amount of clicks convert into sales, right? Or they convert into, maybe they sub to get your free thing. And then yeah. What's up? Are we taking questions now?
Hold on. Okay, no, continue. I muted him. Go ahead. Let you finish.
Yeah. I'm happy to take questions too.
Sure.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I don't know if somebody after they get the guide is going to be then paying for a consult.
No, only like a small percentage will, maybe 2 to 4%, but that's enough to bump the average order value up, so that I can run ads profitably. Because it's going to cost me between $25 and $50 to acquire a customer. So clearly, you can see that you know, $25 for a $27 ebook, that's not economically viable. So I have to have upsells, right?
I gotcha.
It's like every other, and I get it. It's like every other information marketer. Oh, 27, then 67, and then. Right. But I'm not selling high ticket. I'm just selling, if somebody wants to talk to me for an hour, I'm going to sell my time. That's like an easy way to help somebody.
Sure. Okay, Javier wants to ask you a question. I've been seeing him in the chat. Javier, I'm not opposed to you asking a question. It's just don't just jump in and interrupt. That's all. Okay, go ahead, Javier. If you're in the, I saw you were in, then you were out, then you were in, then you were out. So go ahead, Javier. Ask TJ your question. Sunny G, what up?
Thank you, Sunny G. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You just have to be careful with any sort of like medical claim stuff.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Okay, now Javier, I told you can. There we go. Here, let me unmute him. Okay, go ahead, Javier.
Dude, sorry for joining just like that.
All good. Go ahead.
So you claim you have 30 plus years of research experience on this. How can you back that up?
So I never claimed that I have 30 plus years research experience. I said that the finasteride and minoxidil are two treatments that have 30 plus years of research, and you can look up the studies.
Okay. Then one more question. I think it was Queen of Karma. How come we can take your take on this and not from a licensed doctor?
Well, have you ever been to a licensed doctor to ask them about hair loss?
Yes, I have.
What did they tell you?
They usually just give you like a prescription of something, or tell you like to use like the usual stuff that you find at pharmacies.
What did they prescribe for you?
Usually minoxidil. Like, I'm not a ball, right? But this is what usual dermatologists say.
Okay, so they just prescribed minoxidil. Did they also prescribe finasteride or no?
Usually, yes.
Okay, well, that's great. Then that's what you need, right? But you know, my experience when I went to a dermatologist or a doctor was completely different, right? So I kind of started down this road when I started testosterone therapy, right? So I had low T, or I was having health problems. I was like 340 pounds. I'm down 65 pounds now. I'm down to 275. I got like another 50 to lose. And I wanted to see, did I have low testosterone? And yeah, it turns out I did, right? I was like 180 and my free was like, who knows, 30. It was atrocious. Now it's up over 1,000 and I'm a lot healthier.
How old are you, TJ?
I'm 35.
Okay.
So yeah, I started on testosterone when I was 33, but one of the concerns that I had was, hey, isn't one of the side effects hair loss? Aren't I going to go bald? And they were like, yeah. And you know what their advice was to me? They said, well, you know, finasteride is really dangerous. They have a lot of side effects. And you should, honestly, man, like you have a really good face, you have a good beard, you should just shave it, bro. That was his advice. And it was a bald guy. And, you know, I don't have the greatest hair. I have a big forehead. I have a recessed hairline. I have like a Norwood 3 with diffuse thinning. And I thought, you know, that's not really great advice for me. I came to optimize my hormones. And then you're telling me that I should accept the hormonal death of my follicles. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And then I brought up to him, I said, well, have you heard of this channel Hair Cafe? And then they said, oh yeah, we know all about it. And they gave me this long, complicated explanation about neurosteroids and how it was going to make me depressed and kill my libido. I soon realized that the reason that they discourage you from taking finasteride is you have to think about it like this. Hair is vanity, right? So if they tell you just to shave it, that is a you problem. If you get depressed because you're bald now and fat, right? Then that's just a you problem. But if they give you finasteride, you have side effects, that's liability for them. So you can see how the incentives are misaligned, right? Now, this is a company that gives you peptides, testosterone, semaglutide, GLP-1s, and steroids.
Yeah. You're flexing that you have a lot of information, but I don't think that's the crux of it.
You know what the thing is, like, what is your professional background? You know what I mean?
Hold on, because you guys cut me off. The question was, why would they trust me and not a doctor? Well, I think I'm not the only person who has this story who has been to a doctor, right? That testosterone clinic has real MDs on staff, and they deal with men who have low testosterone or want to build muscle or want to lose fat. They want to get in shape, and they told me to shave my head. That was the solution to hair loss.
Okay, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
So earlier I asked about like what's going to happen if I look up ChatGPT. So I pulled it up here. If you're looking at the stream on a second screen, you can see this. I just asked ChatGPT. You can see it here. I'm a 29-year-old man and starting to lose my hair. What should I do? Blah. It gives you the usual blah, blah, blah. It says identify the type of hair loss, pick a treatment strategy. Here's what they say. The first thing in bold, finasteride, oral or topical, reduces DHT. Clinically, the most effective thing for keeping the hair you have is still alive. Oral finasteride has the strongest evidence. Topical has fewer systemic side effects for some people. Most men tolerate it well. Then it says minoxidil. Foam or liquid, helps grow and thicken hair, works best when combined with finasteride. Success rates, 90% of men stop further loss, 60% see noticeable growth. This combo is basically the gold standard. And then there's option B, which is like, I guess, leaning more towards the sort of snake oils sort of speculative solutions, microneedling, derma roller, you know, but no, this is
legit.
Yeah, those are legit. And then C, no
Microneedling
meds.
is bad. Microneedling is bad.
And then the third one is like microneedling is basically just tattoo, right?
Well, no, that's SMP.
Oh, okay.
Microneedling is when you take a derma roller or derma pen and you're basically stabbing your scalp with
Right.
1.5 millimeter needles. And I used to do it until my eyes watered and my scalp bled. And then you're pouring the minoxidil, which is in a propylene glycol and alcohol base, into open wounds on your forehead. But nobody ever says that that's
right.
And see how ChatGPT recommended that to you, but that can cause damage. That can cause scalp fibrosis.
Do you see the comment there by Yusuf? Like, dude, add the real study links. You know, like you're saying, 83% success.
Well, I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has them in his guide.
I've got like the 28 biggest myths debunked with study links and receipts. Like it's coming.
Yeah.
It's all
I'm sure he has his sources in the guide.
Nice.
But I mean,
Like,
if I scroll to the bottom of this ChatGPT result, it said summary: finasteride topical, oral plus minoxidil, then add microneedling if you want to be aggressive. This is the approach with the strongest real-world results and research backing. So again, I like what you're doing because I'm trying to do something sort of similar, which is I've put together a PDF as well, an informational PDF. It's free though. So my business model is this. I've spent a lot of time reading books like Ponzinomics, Combating Cult Mind Control, Freedom of Mind, Little Bosses Everywhere. I've done countless debates with people in MLMs to know how they think and what they respond to. I've done the investigations. I've heard from thousands of victims. So I put together a free guide, which is basically for people who, it's not for people in MLMs. It's for people who have loved ones in MLM that they're trying to figure out, how do I talk to this person and, you know,
oh, Marco, I love you.
Thank you, man. How do I talk to these people and empower them to think critically for themselves without worrying about it ending up in like an argument or burning that bridge? So that's a free guide I'm putting out.
Nice.
And then if people want to book like one-on-one calls with me to learn how to implement that advice, they can do it on my website. But it's the same. I'm not like gatekeeping any information. Like you can have the information for free. Yeah. And you can even go get it by watching my content. I have hours and hours of content for free, but I've condensed like what I think is the most important stuff into a guide, which is also for free. And then if you want like if you want me sort of like over your shoulder, helping you how to apply the information I've already given for free into your own unique situation, because everyone's situation is somewhat different, then that's what somebody could pay me for. And that's something that I don't feel like I'm gatekeeping anything free, like that they could have got for free, because I'm just at that point, I'm just selling my time at that point.
Right. I don't think I'm gatekeeping anything for free. Like I'm going to give away chapter 7, side effects and microdosing. That's going to be one of my lead magnets.
Right.
But you know, business takes time. It's hard. I kind of did everything backwards. I wish I would have started with content and free lead magnets.
No, it's good actually. It's good that you. I wish I would have had some sort of product to sell when I started YouTube, because for years I just relied upon live streaming and YouTube ad revenue, and that's something that's finicky. You know, my Patreon recently got nuked. The YouTube ad revenue, I'm sure that they don't ever increase the amount that they're going to pay you. If anything, there's just going to be yet another adpocalypse, more restrictions. It's just going to get harder and harder. So I wish I would have leveraged my. Look, I have 113,000 subscribers. I wish I would have leveraged that to sell something sooner, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you still can. There's no, I mean, you have 100,000 subs. You got 140 concurrent viewers. I mean, you've got people who would buy your stuff, I'm sure, in a heartbeat, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, I also need to be more, I also need to remind people more that I even have something to sell. Like, For a long time, I was like, oh, I don't really sell merch. But then it's like, when I think about it, it's like I also don't really promote my merch. And when I do promote it, I do sell. Like every time I post something about my merch, I get at least one sale. So, yeah.
Is that how you make money, or how are you making money currently?
It's a combination of things. It's live streaming, people donating on live. It's ad revenue from people watching videos and lives. It's it was Patreon up until recently. So now I have YouTube channel memberships.
Guys, I'll go back to chat. Thanks for the space.
It's merch. Thank you, dude.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah, it's merchandise. It's people doing the one-on-one calls. It's student speaking engagements for me speaking at high schools and other appropriate establishments for, you know, helping kids to avoid scams, basically.
Yeah, that's great. You should definitely make that into a product. People would buy it for sure.
Yeah, so I'm almost there with it, but yeah.
Yeah, let me know if you need help with it. You can email me.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, well, look, I know we deviated to talk about your business, because I sort of wanted to see
free promotion.
Going back to Alex Hormozi, I kind of wanted to see, like, how do you plan to, like, what do you think Alex Hormozi would say about your business? Like, how do you think he would give, what pointers he would give you?
What pointers would Alex give me on my business?
Yeah, like if you
Right
had
now.
to pitch what?
Well, he would say, well, you don't have a business because you don't have any content, right? You need to start posting organic content 3 times a day, right? 3 reels a day, post on LinkedIn, post on Facebook, post on all these platforms. He would say, why haven't you started posting already? That's what and I would agree. I wish that I did what he advises to do, which is you start by just posting content, and then you give out free lead magnets, like you mentioned, like with your guide is free, right? And then from the lead magnets and from all the comments that you get, then you build the product. I kind of did it backwards, where I built the product first, and then now I have no audience to launch to, but that's okay. It
But
takes
that's
time.
actually good. I think you actually did it the right way.
Thank you.
Because if something blows up, then you have an immediate offer for people to, like, support you with. Whereas if you, I mean, how many times have I had something go viral or semi-viral and I didn't have anything to, like, sell them? How many thousands of messages have I got of people being like, what do I say to my friend who's in an MLM? And I don't respond because there's too many of them, when I could have sent them, like, here's a link, book a call with me, let's work out a plan, here's my free guide, you know?
Yeah. But then people would accuse you. They'd say, oh, you're just a grifter, you're just trying to make money, right?
Well, they say that even now. They've said
yeah.
that even from, so fuck them.
That's the problem with having, like, a super skeptical audience, I guess, right?
I mean, if any, I don't look at it as a bad thing. If anything, it just forces me to make sure that the thing I'm doing is actually ethical and valuable, you know?
Totally. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, to any of the scammers who say that I'm scamming people by selling my time, well, it just goes to show how they truly don't understand. Like, they shit on the 9-to-5s because they say you're a wage slave if you're selling your time. Meanwhile, they're working 24/7, not making anything. So,
right, exactly.
Know, I would
feel like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would only be selling my time, so they can't. Which obviously, as we established, they don't think it's good. But if I sold something that was like for example, I sold the guide instead of giving it away for free, well, then they'd say I'm scamming, because why am I not just helping people for free? So there's really nothing I can say to them, you know. It's like, fuck them, it doesn't matter.
But the people who like you and trust you already probably will buy whatever it is that you have to sell. Yeah. If you need help with anything, just let me know. I've got a great web designer. I can help you with the copy. I can help you build your offer and with all the automations and stuff. Good with that stuff. So
yeah, thanks, man. I do appreciate it. Vet, thank you for the first time person in the stream. Thank you, Vet789. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay,
you got a question?
Thanks, JT. No, somebody is in the chat, in the voice chat. Forgive and forget. I don't know who it is. So, forgive and forget. Are you there? Did you want to say something? I don't know who this is. So.
Yo, what's up, my Lebanese prince? How are you?
Good. Who's this?
Salaam alaikum.
Wagwan alaikum.
What's good, Habibi? I just came up. I'm a supporter. That's it. I just came to show support. That's it.
What's your name in the YouTube chat?
Gary Winthorpe.
Oh, Gary Winthorpe. What up, Gary?
What's up? What's up? I just came to say what's up. That's it.
You're a legend. You made it on the stream.
What's up, Gary?
Congratulations.
Thank
you have a question?
No, sir.
All right. I'm ending this voice chat. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Marco. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Well, we got some good discussion going. Good discussion. Me like that. And this is a long stream. This is the longest stream we've done in a while. Do I have my answers as to if Alex Hormozi is a scammer? No, I don't. I will say my impressions of what we watched on this stream are not, I wouldn't say they're great. You know, I'm not confident enough in his, you know, conduct, I guess, or in his, I guess I don't even really understand what he does enough to say whether he's scamming or not. But all I can say is, all I can do is make my opinion, form my opinion based off what I see. And what I see is he's running a lot of ads to try to bring people to his workshop or whatever it's called, which I'm assuming costs a lot of money to attend. And he's making money off content, and he claims to have a private equity venture capital thing going on as well. I don't know. It's somebody in the chat earlier actually said this, and I wanted to read it because I thought it was hilarious. But we were getting a knowledge drop from JT. Somebody said that their boy paid $10K to learn from Alex Hormozi, and the advice that they got was that Alex Hormozi said to charge for every 4 weeks instead of every month because you'll get an extra month out of the week. I'm not sure how they phrased it, but I understand what you're talking about. IM Academy, the MLM Forex scheme that was shut down in May of this year after it was sued by the FTC, they did this thing as well where they build people every 30 days, which doesn't seem like anything bad. But if you realize that getting charged every 30 days, people think, oh, that's 1 month. But if you actually do the math, 365 divided by 30 days means you're actually getting charged 13 times in 1 year, not 12. So you're actually paying for 13 months out of a year, not 12 months. But because they phrased it as 30 days, 365 divided by 30 is 12.1. No, sorry. 365 divided by 28 days is what it was. I'm sure, I mean, the whole website of IM Academy was rebranded to Iovia and then taken down. So I'm sure I have a screenshot of it somewhere on my hard drive, but yeah. Jerusalem Artichoke, I'll email you biz brainstorm ideas next week. Okay, thank you. Dr. Rapp says, Marco needs to be the executive director of a nonprofit with an army of guides / advisors across the continent. He's offering such a true human service that he could not only charge clients for, but take donations as well. Well, thank you, Dr. Rapp. I mean, look, I think if there was if people actually wanted to support that, then they would be supporting me directly already. So I think maybe it's a matter of me needing to make my platform bigger anyways. Because what better proof of concept is there for a nonprofit that people want to donate to continue this work than my already existing PayPal and Streamlabs and Super Chat and memberships and Patreon and whatever? If people aren't supporting that, then what's the likelihood that they're going to support, proper nonprofit? I don't know. So yeah, okay, that's it. 4.5 hours. Thank you guys for being here. This was a good one. I did not expect. I thought I was going to stream for like an hour, but I appreciate y'all.
Marco. I gotta get the bag. Let's go. I took a full load.
We definitely took a full load on this stream, y'all. We definitely did. Mo giving advice to JT in the chat. Appreciate JT. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your thoughts. I hope you have success with your hair loss endeavors and content. Just be careful with that because I feel like there's some medical overlap there. Appreciate you, Javier. Appreciate you, Gary. Once I get paid $7K for a post, I'll donate a bag. Yeah. Where are you getting that $7K from? Why are you regulated? Thank you again, Katie P, for your merch order and your donation to offset my 18-cent loss off your merch order. Bad businessman right here. Maybe I need Alex Hormozi to tell me to raise my merch prices. You know, I'm paying like USD for the supplies, for the product cost, but I'm charging in Canadian like an idiot. Yeah. Okay. Appreciate y'all. That's it. This was a good one. I'll see you again. Peace.